Where did I have is it? Sorry, that way. Okay.
Доброго дня. Доброго дня всі. Я прошу вже трошки так стишуватися. І всі, хто ще в холі, будь ласка, займайте свої місця, бо ми хочемо дбати про всіх і про час. І тому дуже багато в нас велика програма, і хочеться вже починати. Я навіть зараз, у мене так дихання трохи таке важке, тому що я навіть не уявляла, що буде стільки великий інтерес до нашого невеличкого такого івенту. І зараз дуже хочеться подякувати усім за те, що всі прийшли і що всі виявляють інтерес з цієї події. Тому що, власне, гуманітарне реагування і місцеве лідерство в реагуванні – це спільні дії, це те, до чого ми докладаємося всі. Від нашого уряду до людини, яка просто може принести щось і просто дати щось від себе, можливо, навіть останнє. І тому ці наші дії, вони, власне, допомагають нам всім вистояти просто і бути тут зараз. І мене звати Міла Леонова, я зараз представляю Альянс українських організацій громадянського суспільства. У нас наше лого, можливо, ви бачили, воно є квіткою, і ми дуже трошки навіть сперечалися в тому, чи має квітка бути в лого, чи ні, чи маємо бути більш офіційними, зрозумілими, але я хочу розказати, що наша квітка, наше лого – це орнамент старовинний український, який несе в собі дуже цінне коріння. Коли дерево життя, коли ми можемо самі відроджувати самі себе. Коли ми можемо з попелу виростити якісь прекрасні квіти. І, власне, всі організації громадянського суспільства, які знаходяться і в Альянсі, і за межами його, ми всі докладаємося до того, щоб дійсно Україна не тільки вистояла, а щоб вона змогла зробити якісь кроки для прекрасних змін на майбутнє, щоб наше відновлення, воно принесло нам ще більші плоди, і тому це дуже важливо. Я хочу, мабуть, наш початок зробити таку хвилину мовчання, просто згадати тих людей, тому що в цьому пеплі є і життя людей, і вся розруха, яку ми маємо зараз, то я прошу просто стишитися на хвилинку і згадати всіх, кого зараз нас немає. Дякую дуже, дякую. І, власне, чому ми всі тут зібралися? Тому що Альянс українських ОГС – це така ініціативна група, яка хоче подбати про всіх. Окей, добре. Зараз. Хвилинку, переклад трохи. Зараз подбати треба. Алло. Так, заходьте, заходьте, будь ласка. На 4-му поверсі. Зараз хвилинку. Я просто спіч зараз хвилинку. Можете, будь ласка, набрати пані Тетяну Ломакіну і пояснити, як сюди заїхати.
Добре.
Ось, набирайте. Це не будь ласка. Так, вибачте, будь ласка. Так. І, власне, чому ми всі зібралися тут? Тому що Альянс українських ОГС – це ініціативна група українських організацій, які всі займалися поступово локалізацією. Що таке локалізація? Гуманітарне – це українське місцеве лідерство, коли кошти, які надходять в Україну від міжнародних організацій, приходять напряму до українських організацій, які виконують це реагування тут і зараз на місцях. І, власне, всі сталися на цьому ґрунті і спробували подумати, як ми разом можемо докластися, як ми разом зможемо це місцеве лідерство.
Testing. So it's about 16 organizations of civil society. They do their inputs, their experts, and they invest their time, their skills, their knowledge. And that's how they design the new mechanisms, creating the models of cooperation that allow us to implement this and make it better, because it's an experience all over the world, but we cannot say that all over the world it's the same across the board. So Ukraine is a unique opportunity to see how this cooperation works and generate new expertise. So within these 2 years, we were getting together, we started to talk about it in different platforms and different conferences. And then it all grew into a shared initiative of us together. And so the Alliance has become this gravity point. And the main role of Alliance is to create the platform for negotiations, for exchanges, so that all the stakeholders, everyone who is necessary for localization of humanitarian response. And we're talking about localization of humanitarian response. So it's about donors, the UN, the civil society organizations, everyone who can join in this effort could get together. And we're so happy that you have found time and joined our small event of the governmental authorities and private sector. We cannot stay in our bubbles. We have to step out and join in. So we hope that the Alliance can become that safe space for these exchanges, these negotiations to happen and be effective together. I don't want to take much of your time because there's our joint team. I would like to invite here those organizations who have to do with it, who have had to do with the development of the strategy, the local leadership. So let our whole team stand up, say a couple of words who they are. Please approach me here on this podium. So there are a lot of us. You see 16. And I will pass the floor now to everyone and just say a couple of words. Let me start. Good afternoon, dear friends. I'm Alexei. I represent organization Ukrainian ESS. Oh, I'm the head of the organization. We've been working for 10 years now. And other than our main objective, which is Crimea deoccupation, we also we realized that we're developing Ukrainian civil society. It's been more than 200 organizations over the year that we were managing and supervising small and medium and even small group initiative groups. It's so important to create, which we did, to create a platform together with colleagues so that our international partners could delve deeper in our Ukrainian context, so that even small local and small and remote towns and villages, small organizations could have access to resources, could have access to quality materials, knowledge base to improve the life in their communities, to help their communities. And that's why we're here. Thank you so much. 30 seconds for each team member. Yeah, I'll be very concise. I'm Olga Nikolska. I'm the head of the cultural and philanthropy USR Yednanya. I don't need to speak much about those organizations. You know it, so I pass the floor to the next. Hello, I'm Dina Udich. I represent organization Helping to Leave. I'm the head of the unit of direct assistance, and I'm also a member of the board. We are a very young organization, which was created out of the group initiative group on February 24th, 2022. And we were helping people evacuate. We were doing a lot. We cooperated with other organizations on different levels, on temporarily occupied territories and deoccupied territories. And we wanted to share our experience and to foster our cooperation. And this creation of this alliance is, I think, is super important and super helpful. I think it's going to be a very fruitful effort. Hello, I'm Vladislava Zomova. I represent Proliska. I'm the head of the, I'm deputy head. Mila gave me a very short timing, so this meeting, I hope it's going to be very inspiring because I understand the number of beneficiaries that we need to cover. with the help of government, with the help of businesses and international organizations. It's a very powerful effort. And currently, our expectations are about not only humanitarian response, but also building this powerful civil society, because all these people have stepped up their help from the very first day of the large-scale invasion. Some have worked for years before. Some people mobilize themselves here and now to be effective, to be helpful. Hello, I'm Olga Moloko. I'm the manager of the cluster of Humanitarian Response and Recovery Cluster and Eastern Europe Fund. Eastern Europe Fund from the early 90s has been fostering civil society in Ukraine, and we're here to help our local partners who are now doing a lot. We're helping them to grow their capacity and to have their voice heard and audible. I'm Sasha Galkin from Pravo na Захист, the Right to Protection, RTP. I'm very happy to be with you. RTP is one of the oldest organizations of civil society in Ukraine, and we've been through localization. We know what it is. We've learned those lessons, and I'm an advocate of not the term of localization, but Ukrainian leadership, because localization, it's something is done to us, whereas Ukrainian leadership is we're taking the lead. I'm Dina Volinets. I'm the head of the supervisory board of the charity fund Your Support, Твоя опора. For 10 years, we've transformed from the fund to who was helping children with heart diseases to charity center of mental health center in Vorzel. We have become coordinators of minimal standards of humanitarian response, and we are now promoting these standards in Ukraine. I think in 10 years of humanitarian response in Ukraine, it was very important to understand that no other than us is there to implement humanitarian response more effectively, knowing and understanding Ukrainian context. As our colleagues say from ESR Yednanya, no magic wizard flies in to fix our stuff. Only us. It's the work has been cut out for us, and it's our job to engage all the stakeholders. Hello, I'm Tatiana Stanitsya. I'm president of Caritas Ukraine. I represent the network of local organizations that are all over Ukraine. We've also been working for 30 years in Ukraine. It's a long time. And 10 years of strengthened and reinforced humanitarian response that we've been doing. This event is very important for us. We as a group, we started this process, I couldn't even say 2 years ago. The Ukrainian civil society has given such a powerful response to the crisis that we faced. Our objective is to support that strength and that force to keep it growing, to keep it organizing. I'm Yulia Sparish. I'm the founder of civil society organization Divchata. Ladies, we protect the rights and interests of women and girls, and in the Alliance, we represent the voice of the women organizations in Ukraine so that their voice is heard when humanitarian response and recovery. Dear colleagues and friends, good morning. I'm Ilya Klitskovsky, Deputy CEO of the Red Cross Ukraine. Red Cross Ukraine unites 200 organizations, 8,000 volunteers. We are close by in every community, but it's also most importantly that we're together with the civil society sector. We all know that civil society sector in Ukraine is well developed. It is responding today and these years, but it's very important to find a proper place for civil society sector, for its movement forward, for its development, so that its potential is also helping recovery in Ukraine and humanitarian response, so that we update and support those people who need this humanitarian response. Good morning. I'm Anna Nishnanidze. I'm the co-founder of civil society organization Philanthropy in Ukraine. Our mission is modernization of ecosystem of philanthropy, and we are now in the process of development of a big web platform where Ukrainian non-commercial organizations, charity funds will be able to go through verification. And our objective will be to make these organizations visible for international donors and for global community, global Ukrainian community, so that Ukrainian civil society sector is visible and meaningful and growing. Good morning, I'm Oksana Koyantseva. I'm a member of the management of SOS Charity Fund. Since 2013, we've been helping people affected by the war, and we've tried to expand our activity from the start of large-scale invasion. We've done through a difficult way of transformation. We've started new areas of work. We work with evacuation, humanitarian response. We document war crimes. We do educational projects. Most importantly is what we want to bring in this shared story of alliance is our experience working with foreign partners, or successful experience of working with Ukrainian organizations and partners from the government, implementing large-scale projects, and that's where we are experts. And from myself, I would like to add that last year on this conference, there were about 200 registrations. It would seem back then a record-breaking number, that so many international and Ukrainian governmental, non-governmental organizations. And when this time it's 460 registrations, that is very surprising, and it's a sign that we're all open for dialogue, and I think it's the best that can happen to Ukrainian civil society in such difficult times. Hello, I'm Ksenija Kinchuk, Deputy Director of Resource Center of Non-Governmental Organizations. We exist for strengthening and supporting Ukrainian civil society. And I want to say that we're all here in this company because we believe in Ukrainian civil society becoming a leader in humanitarian response. We believe that our experience can be an example for other organizations, for other contexts, other countries. And we also believe that in this variety of different organizations coming together in civil society in our country, that's our strength. And despite the fact that we're different, we have different backgrounds, experience, we are becoming more strong with a unified voice. And we have more things in common than things that were different in. I'm Daniel Rybalchenko. I'm the head of the local network of local philanthropy. I'm one of those who create the localization in Ukraine because in 2022 we published an open letter, if not now, then when, which raised quite a lot of resonance. And today I'm very happy to see that we have 460 applications for the conference. Together with Alliance, we've come up with the shared strategy of localization, and we have such a powerful voice now that we can put together to strengthen the leadership role in Ukrainian civil society and humanitarian response in particular. I'm Alona, I'm the founder of Charity Fund Smilivy, volunteer initiative Brave to Recover. We are rebuilding Ukraine. It's the next phase of humanitarian response. I'm very happy to be doing this together with you. I think we applaud not only to the people who are here now, but to all of you, because as I said, that each of you is a small grain of sand in the big sea, or small drop of water in the big ocean, helping us to survive. 460 registrations, local organizations, Ukrainian national organizations, international organizations, NGOs, UN agencies, donors, international missions. So I think it's a very good place for networking. Prepare your questions and just approach each other and get to know each other. Now I would like to pass the floor. Thanks so much, everyone. I want to invite here, I don't even have to present her. Ivana Vereshchuk, Vice Prime Minister, Reintegration in Ukraine. Thank you so much for joining us. I just wanted to say it's your space, so I'll learn from example from the colleagues. I'm Irina Vereshchuk. I'm Vice Prime Minister. My mission is not to stand in your way. And if I succeed in helping you in some way, I'll be even happier. You are the leaders of civil society. You are the leaders in humanitarian response. And thank you so much. I know many of you personally. I've heard many of you, I've read many about many of you, and I am such a fan of your energy. The way I see how many of you are here, how positive this energy. So you deserve a round of applause and much more. Thank you so much to the Alliance. It's a great initiative. And I'm coming up with the first proposal. I invite you to us. We will work with the cabinet ministers. We will coordinate our work. And I see that there are minimal standards already. This is a new decree that's been written. We have to communicate it to cabinet ministers. Thank you so much for your work. We absolutely need your expertise, your experience, everything you keep learning by helping people, by investing all of everything you have to support our people who need that. You know, I think the most important is this experience that we have. Nobody else has this experience. Unfortunately, we would not chose this experience in such a terrible scale, but still we have it, and the world has to learn. So we've been working together for 2 years or more by evacuating, by saving, by providing first aid and taking everything to stabilize the situation and keep our humanitarian front line. It's very difficult, but as it as it seems, it's possible. We have survived. Thank you so much so far. This OCHA, people who are value so much the UN organizations, UN, UNHCR, all the international operators. Thank you so much from the bottom of our heart. But my special thanks to Ukrainian organizations of civil society, because as you said, who else, if not us, then who else, and when, if not now? It's worth discussing the question of localization. I keep talking about it on our meetings. I know that donors hear us and the missions see us, and all those decision makers, they keep hearing us. But I want to use this to strengthen this signal and the impulse on the governmental level. We're very interested for the money, the funds that donors get through other organizations to reach our people through Ukrainian organizations who are also presented here. It's important for us that motivation of Ukrainian organizations is in demand. I don't see problems that we faced. Oh, I know about the doubts and distrust that we used to have, and nepotism and other problems. Believe me, the war has exposed a lot of stuff. And the way we see how civil society rapidly growing humanitarian organizations, they are the fresh lot of fresh sprouts to that will break the mold of everything that was before. So please support Ukrainian organizations. We will coordinate. We have our coordination centers that I'm very thankful for. We have our HQs. Just yesterday, we had a meeting on the urgent the evacuation from Donetsk, from Sumy. We will keep asking for support from you and counting on your support, but you can also count on our support. We hear you, we value you, we know you, we know how much experience you have. I keep talking about it openly on all of our meetings. You are the engine of all those things that we can say now is humanitarian policy in our country. I thank you for the bottom of our heart. I'm open to all proposals, exchanging experience, and let's be together to the victory. Thank you. And now, an intervention from Dennis Brown, humanitarian coordinator in Ukraine. She recorded a video message. She's now not in Ukraine, but she wants to join in the words of greeting. So please.
Thank you very much indeed. Basically, right now we can move on to our discussion panels. You can take a break of 2-3 minutes to catch your breath, to make sure that our panelists can make themselves comfortable in their seats. And I really wish you a fascinating, most interesting discussion, interesting conversation. Get your questions ready. I'm very much inspired by everything which is about to come today because we have a really fantastic group of actors with very powerful expertise. Really enjoy it. Would also like to ask our moderators to get ready. I beg your pardon. Is there Jeffrey Laren from USAID with us? Still one of the panelists is missing. Larissa Polska, is she around?
First of all, I apologize. I don't speak Ukrainian, so I will be in my headphones.
You have to speak louder.
Have to speak louder. Can everyone hear okay? I will start again. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I don't speak Ukrainian, but we have great interpreters at the back to help. I'm co-moderating here with my co-moderator. Introduce ourselves first. Hand over to introduce the panel. Tatiana will give an introduction of what we will discuss in this panel, and then we have a few guiding questions which you have already seen in the agenda. So first of all, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to our panelists in advance. We will try and finish the questions, so start waving at us at around 11:30, so we make sure we have time for that. Over to you.
Добрий день, знову звати Тетяна.
Good morning. My name is Tatiana Stavnich. I'm the president of Caritas Ukraine. Together with my colleague Lisa Garrison, we are here to co-moderate this first panel discussion. At the start, I would like to introduce our panelists, and probably we will take it in turn. First, Ms. Hanna Medvedeva. She is the advisor on partnership from people in need in Ukraine. They deal with international aid and assistance for humanitarian response in Ukraine. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Tatiana Lonkina. She is advisor to the Commissioner of the President of Ukraine on the barrier free. Next, I would like to introduce Oksana Kuyantseva, who is a board member, humanitarian program manager from SHID SOS. Also, Jeffrey Lehrer is here with us, who is acting deputy mission director for the United States Agency for International Development in Ukraine. And lastly, I would like to introduce Larisa Borska, the chairman of the board, the Kherson Community Foundation Protection. I very much welcome our panelists. I'm very happy that you can be here with us. Before we begin questions, I would like to make a brief introduction to our general topic, which is about leadership, partnership, and about impacting the policymaking. Basically, when we are talking about humanitarian response, in fact, humanitarian response is the expression, manifestation of solidarity of people of the whole world to the needs of the people in need. How can we organize this solidarity? This is all about humanitarian architecture, something that we keep writing about in all of our documents and papers. This humanitarian architecture basically contains this statement, this term, localization. What's it about? It's about the roles played within the humanitarian response, about the roles within this humanitarian architecture. It's about the roles, the space for everyone to play their role, due role. And this is determination of these roles. What is this all for? Well, just to remind ourselves, it's for us to make sense of our topics, which is to extend help to those who are in need and in trouble. Now let's get to our main topics, which are partnerships, leadership, and policy influence. And now I'm giving the floor to Lisa,
Who actually just gave a great framing of what we call localization or locally led response. But equally, we know there's no actual definition yet that everyone has agreed on. So we thought we'd start with that question first. What does localization or locally led response look like here in Ukraine, and how can it be achieved through genuine and equitable partnerships? You can either raise your hand or we can go in turn. How do you prefer? We will go in turn. There is that.
unfortunately, we cannot hear the speaker. As the chair of my foundation, the protection of Kherson, for us, localization from day one of our existence as a foundation, and our foundation turned 21 years old 2 days ago, we have always aimed to know the needs and wants of the people we serve, and with our activities, to try to overcome threats, all of the social issues that emerge. Therefore, for us, localization is about being absolutely natural. Thank you.
USAID has a global localization strategy as well as promoting localization here in Ukraine on the humanitarian side. For us, it means, in the first place, empowering local people, putting local organizations first. It means strengthening local systems for sustainability over the long term. And then first and foremost, serving the people that we're here to serve. So meeting local needs. So those are the three key components. There are lots of ways to do it. There are some challenges to it. I'm sure we'll get into that later in the panel.
Thank you.
Якщо говорити про локалізацію,
When talking about localization here, from our perspective at least, we can give a very simple formula, basic formula. The response, humanitarian response, is to be executed by local actors to their best ability and by international actors to as much as it's needed. So this is the formula as it seems in terms of the distribution of responsibility, area of impact, which definitely is due in order to characterize the notion of localization. For me, localization sounds as assuming responsibility. That is to say, if a community understands and conceives of the needs of its own people, if it knows for sure how to respond properly to the needs and in order not to harm, and that requires expert analysis and the experience of other countries who have already been through certain challenges. And if this respective community is ready to raise this request to the level of international organizations and the government, so this is all about the way it should be done. Good morning. For us, probably localization is a multidimensional notion. And one can talk here about a multitude of different aspects. However, in the first place, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that my organization, in addition to working in the humanitarian area, also work as a human rights advocate. We have been doing that since 2003 in Ukraine, and we very well know that the Ukrainian civil society is pretty powerful in addition to working in other countries, just due to this fact. We know that the Ukrainian civil society is pretty powerful, potent, and it is thanks to this driver of changes. It is due to that that Ukraine is achieving the changes, positive changes that we have been achieving during the last decades. And it is due to the civil society that we can provide humanitarian aid, developmental aid at a pretty qualitative level. So our role as the international organizations is to enhance and amplify what's already there.
So maybe I will just try and summarize a little bit before we move on to the next question, which is we're talking about a multidimensional process. It is about assuming responsibility. It's about Ukrainian civil society being powerful and capable. It is about a natural response, a natural way of responding to people's needs in the countries in Ukraine, the people that are affected here. And empowering local people and systems that enable that to happen while following actually a lovely international agreed saying as local as possible, as international as necessary. Great. So we framed it. Next question then, to talk about local leadership. What does leader mean in terms of locally led humanitarian response? Maybe we start this.
так само тут є багато кутів, з яких можна подивитися.
There are multiple angles and perspectives that we can take a look at the same topic. On the one hand, we are talking about the leadership of Ukrainian organizations, being aware of the fact that they have to take on some responsibilities because they have ample expertise, sufficient expertise in order to motivate, inspire, and implement certain programs of humanitarian or developmental character. Whilst on the other hand, we can also see some other negative phenomena observed by international organizations. I have to mention here about recruiting, which unfortunately doesn't take place here every single time in an ethical way. And that's something that we also have to be mindful of and talk about it. So there are certain rules set out, and I'm not sure that everyone sticks to these rules, but it's also about the fact that for leaders to emerge, you need to enable their appearance. They need to come from Ukrainian organizations. We mustn't headhunt them from international organizations, so do it in an aggressive fashion. Also, if we are talking about leadership, it's also about the fact that we have to comprehend that international organizations need to share certain authorities, certain powers. We need to be aware that they're enjoying a certain privileged status by default in Ukraine. And they can be rid of these privileges, they can relinquish them and give them over to those to whom that belongs, to the local Ukrainian organizations, the people who work in the fields in highly dangerous circumstances, who no matter what will continue delivering humanitarian assistance, sometimes ignoring sort of safety and security. Understanding that local national Ukrainian organizations already have this unique experience, international organizations have to recognize this right of the Ukrainian organizations to nurture and raise their own leaders and to create the space for them, provide them grants for organizational development, to enable them to grow as leaders, to equip them with leadership resources for them to become true leaders, to train to become one, so that they have additional time to participate in different events, networking activities, to see how other leaders operate, be familiarized with them, get acquainted with them. So this is my point of view. For me, leadership at the point in time when a war is ongoing, it's like comparing what's happening here, like a fire, breaking out in this room, and you can imagine people rush into the exit whilst others begin to organize people. Don't panic, take this route, don't rush here. But other people will be stupefied. They will simply not know what to do. And leadership is about seeing all of such manifestations and expressions of conduct. So leadership in the time of hostilities is also about a certain role model, about how different people can express themselves, can express their true colors. In 2014, I was deputy mayor of Mariupol, and we saw the war coming back then, and I saw the way that different people were expressing themselves, different roles that they were taking on. And what matters here, when we organize in a conscious way during such an awful situation, when right now we are not panicking, we can still see these people, we can make out their faces. I agree with those who have spoken about empowering. We need to provide them with the power, with the voice to implement their best facets of their personalities. So for me, leadership is about being able to see 3 steps ahead. It needs to help the people to understand their own roles. It's to ensure the achievement of certain results, because during crises, despite crises, for example, once again, if there is a fire bursting out in this room, the best scenario for us is to make sure everyone is out of this room safely and soundly. And in each of these strengths of behavior, we have to understand the leader is someone who sees 3 steps ahead, someone who distributes and helps the people to understand their roles, and the one who helps people to achieve the goal. So I very much hope that these localization programs will allow us to support these leaders who are just emerging in our communities. From my perspective, if we talk about Ukrainian leadership in the humanitarian response, the perfect example, unfortunately, this was the very beginning of the full-scale invasion due to these tragic events, regrettably, but very much luckily for the civil society in Ukraine. because back then we already had the baseline understanding of the proper response to an armed conflict, what responses and actions of humanitarian organizations should be in such scenarios, how we can harness the support from international donors. And within this short burst of time, half a year after the eruption of the events, when the international organizations were not that much represented here in Ukraine, and the civil society was forced into taking on the role of, first of all, detecting what needed to be done, and secondly, aligning the logistics, financing, the rules of distributing humanitarian aid, the rules of safety and security. We had to develop this experience joining our efforts. So this was the time when the international community was very well aware of the necessity to provide us with the fiscal help, the financial help. But still, Ukrainian organizations had their own free rein to independently understand which resources need to be allocated where and to what scale. So of all of the good things that have taken place, that have happened to multiple organizations that were able to keep developing, at that time, it was the chance for them to keep growing and developing, forging in the partnerships with international organizations, different policies, procedures. And via our example, we can definitely say that this has been taking place because we can witness that. And one of the numbers that I can cite right now, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, our organization has engaged about 1 billion hryvnias, different projects. Aggregate amount of money is that this is the amount of money that has gone through our organization and channeled to different forms of response. So basically processing such a great scale of programs required from us being able to build these processes, programs, policies, principles of work. And once again, this was exclusively made possible due to the fact that in some projects and with the financial backup, we managed to have the opportunity to have the overheads for organizational, institutional development because we were aware of the necessity to flexibly turn around sometimes, to have pivotal points in terms of our activities. We couldn't advocate long-term financing or developing or guaranteeing that the way the project was set up would be implemented exactly as it was organized without requiring critically needed changes. So all of these factors, institutional capability, the support rendered, trust in our expertise, trust in our needs assessment, our own needs assessment. This enabled the Ukrainian fund to become needed, efficient, actionable in implementing the projects that we believed were completely necessary for the full scale of Ukraine.
Just to answer what does leadership look like, in the first place, I would say the people on this panel, in this room, and all the other local leaders here, I'm really in awe of that leadership, the bravery and commitment that people have brought to this very, very difficult time and very needed support in Ukraine. The local knowledge, the networks and links to the community, which are longstanding, and so the trust that's been built up and the ability to work nimbly and intelligently to support communities. From a donor perspective, I think what we've tried to do, first, I think leadership is having the intentionality, the purpose of trying to work locally and support local organizations. And then maybe we group the other key steps to implement that vision in terms of money, mechanisms, and people capacity. So on the funding side, as a donor, USAID's providing close to $100 million in support for local organizations. That's support through direct through 3 local organizations, and we're working on bringing a couple other local organizations up to a standard where the U.S. government can support grants directly. It's especially through our 25 international partners, UN partners, other international NGOs, who provide over 185 grants to local organizations. And then it's through our support to pooled funding, to the Ukraine Humanitarian Fund, the UN Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund, and other mechanisms that we're able to work through organizations to provide support. So that's sort of the mechanism side. It can be direct, and it's sometimes difficult within US government procurement regulations, which are challenging. But we have some simplified mechanisms, fixed amount of words, and then most often it's through other organizations that can work through that mechanism to get to local civil society, local community organizations. And then the capacity building. So that's, again, in awe of the capacity that people have in the local context. Through our experience just working with hundreds or thousands of organizations in Ukraine and around the world, there's a set of other, financial management, operational standards, corporate governance, the other set of standards and capabilities that organizations need to be effective in the long term. And we have, through Ednania, through some other support, we have a broad array of programs for promoting civil society, which has grown up to an incredible level in Ukraine, and we're glad to be a partner going forward.
Я дуже згодна.
I very much agree, and I'm very much supportive of the fellow colleague who has said that a local leader is someone who assumes responsibility first and takes the first steps. That takes experience, that takes preliminary trust of the local community where this leader is based, because one can say, follow me, whilst they will not trust you, they will be incredulous of you. The other thing is, the leader is not someone who just shouts, hey, come follow me, but the leader is someone who pulls up other civil society organizations to his or her level. Someone who helps to get coordinated in humanitarian activities and endeavors on the local level, at the level of the community, which is invaluable, because these 2 years on, somehow we have more or less learned to do that. But at first, in the first months and week, this humanitarian response was highly chaotic. When talking about Kherson, for instance, not always was the distribution of roles of humanitarian aid properly made. So the local within the local community is someone who can work with the local authorities, the one who can coordinate his or her actions with these authority representatives. It was a great pleasure for me when it was a regional military administration reached out to me and offered to sign a memorandum on coordinating our activities after Kherson region was flooded as a result of the terrorist act on Kakhovka Dam. This was a horrific event to have taken place. So my house was also flooded like many, many others. It was flooded to the rooftop, and I have nowhere to go back to so fast, unfortunately, for the time being. And one more important thing to mention, which needs to be characteristic of leadership organizations, which is not to sit on your hands idly, waiting for donor help. It's in making sure that you can raise local funds. For Kherson right now, it's very difficult because people are in an urgent need themselves. But there are some Kherson residents who have already moved out of Kherson region, out of Ukraine even. So it's very important to align connections with local businesses, with personal donors. In-person connections matter a lot, because only then can we say that these organizations are on the spearhead. And one more point to mention. Foremost, for Kherson community, which I'm here to represent, the most important bit is to make sure that people do get back to Kherson. It's unifying all of these dispersed communities and leadership organizations that we refer ourselves to. Have to go for some unconventional things, innovative things. And I'm greatly pleased that we have managed that, and we have set up this web platform, which is called Here Kherson community. And we provide legal advice, news on recovery and reconstruction to ensure that people see where they can get back to, both for the people in Kherson region and in Ukraine and those abroad. We have established this panel of Kherson, a sporadic community, and twice a week we call people on the most acute issues which trouble Kherson residents. And once again, we're not doing it for ourselves. All of these responses or the analytics, which is done by professionals, researchers, all of this is submitted to the authorities for them to provide feedback for the proper humanitarian response.
Дуже рада
And I'm very happy to see you all here and really wish you all be real leaders. And that will make our life and our survival easier. Thank you so much. So to sum it up a little bit, we've heard great things so far. So what is leadership in humanitarian response in particular? Because first of all, it's important to see and map the people who are engaged in it, to be aware of that there are these people, to let them emerge, let them shine. And then it brings empowerment to them so that they can grow further and fulfill the function further even better. We also mentioned the 3 steps forward to be able to see ahead of time what's going to be needed, to be able to distribute the roles properly in order to achieve the best results possible. We also mentioned very practical things that we've encountered, to be able to properly assess the needs in the region, to understand what is necessary, to be the leaders in being able to coordinate logistics, to build the proper rules and policies so we can absorb the resources coming in for assistance. This is a very important thing. And also I liked what you said about the importance of space, to create a proper space so that local leaders can emerge through that space. So it's it's a conducive space. It's not a blocking space. And it's a process. It's not that everything emerges the very first moment. It takes time, and you have to be able to give it time. Also, there are practical steps how to engage not only those who we think to contact in the first moment of disaster, business communities, refugees who left Ukraine temporarily, and that's how we build resilience in our communities, so we can act together, responding to our challenges. Now, I would like to take these principles and explore them in terms of practical examples. So we've been 10 years of humanitarian response and 2 years of extra heightened experience and extra intense experience. We talked about architecture. Who are the creators? What are the roles? What are the resources? What do we know about each other? How we can strengthen and reinforce each other. And maybe now it would be interesting to explore this issue and show some practical examples. What had worked good in terms of localization, in terms of providing leadership to Ukrainian organizations, and where we've seen hurdles and obstacles on our way. So it's like 2 examples where we had great breakthrough, but then a couple of cases where we ran into challenges. So you can choose who will answer. Well, if you take a look at these 2 years, and we've talked a lot about localization, it becomes obvious that over this time we've created quite a lot of studies and research. We've conducted many interviews. We've created policies over this time in different organizations. We have streamlined and simplified procedures of working with many international organizations. not all of them, but many of them. So there is progress that you can clearly see. Now, I think the focus is more on the quality of those policies, polishing them, making them better, as well as localization, focusing on certain specific aspects. I know that there are several studies being conducted that focus on several aspects of localization, like distribution of administrative costs. They've been researching how different organizations work with this. Ukrainization organizations do that. International also pay attention to certain things now, analyzing how can they increase the percentage of direct funding that they could that they can do. And this is the focus on very specific aspects where the framework is there. Everybody understands that localization is great. We have the architecture. It's working. It's relevant. And we now observe this trend. At least it seems to me that there's a trend where you want to take certain aspects where there's still catching up to do and to actually deepen the work with those aspects. Another important and interesting thing here is that this event has private sector presence. And we talked about it when we worked on national strategy on localization. We said that it was a very limited circle of people, international organizations, donors, and some Ukrainian civil society organizations. And we had missing the private sector, which is a big part of this work. And so great that finally we have them here. And we have to work with private sector quite a lot because businesses have been engaged in humanitarian response for ages, and we know it. We know a ton of different services created by businesses for humanitarian organizations or just people who want to provide humanitarian services to be able to do that, either for free or with minimal cost. And this is where I would like to think that we can go forward. We can go beyond that, those limits of international organizations, donors, Ukrainian civil society organizations, private sector. We can even think about people who left Ukraine temporarily. They've been helping from abroad as well. And as far as I know, this aspect has not been too much researched as to how different people are engaged in localization. They create different funds abroad. Some of them just help us with donations. How specifically is it happening? Where is this percentage? What can we also work on? Where are the people that we can engage more to this assistance? And so, yeah, you need to engage them, including engaging them to think together about the recovery of Ukraine, because without them, we won't be able to cover all the aspects of recovery and rebuilding. Also, working with universities and research centers, all the studies that I know of, they were created by international think tanks, international organizations. They did engage Ukrainian researchers, but still, as far as I know, Ukraine still has no active cooperation between analytical centers and think tanks. But you can talk with them, and you can talk with them about cooperation. Finally, I would like to add something about our organizations. We were caught in the turmoil for a while, then we managed to catch our breath. We were doing localization intuitively first because there were a lot of Ukrainians with a lot of local staff working, or local active citizens who understood all the trends. Finally, we wrote the policy. We now have the strategy on building the partnership. We have a clear understanding how we're going to cooperate in these three priorities areas. And it's worth saying that one of our areas for strategically important things is to make localization more popular. We advocate this concept. We understand that not everybody in Ukraine understands it so far, or they can at least be engaged in this process. The more they understand their rights, their opportunities, the more they can meet each other, the better will be the quality of response eventually. So that's for us is one of the priorities. We support advocacy, proper coordination. We support financial organizations who want to get engaged in localization. We understand that it takes time. It takes resources of our employees, like events like this today. It also costs. So understanding, being cognizant of that is something that has changed a lot in our organization. Now we understand localization is one of the highest priority areas for ourselves. Like, I would like to suggest take a look at life of Ukrainians in terms of two realities that we're at the same time. The first reality is the modern world with all the digitalization, all the progress, with solar panels and the strive towards progressive reforms, European Union, better quality of life, proper deinstitutionalization, to create opportunities for everyone, to provide inclusion, accessibility. That's why we have a strategy of accessibility initiated by the First Lady of Ukraine. We have we have the powerful expertise of in all those areas where we want to drive our development further. At the same time, there is another reality, which is an existential fight between life and death every minute. Every minute choosing what do you do? Save lives or project and design for the future so that what we do does not inhibit our growth. So why I'm saying that? At the start of large-scale invasion, we managed evacuation, we helped people relocate. But did we think back then, how can we deliver evacuation services to the most vulnerable demographics? How can we retrieve the people with disabilities with occupied territories? How can we help the elderly? How we can help the parents who have 5 or 6 children to evacuate? At the beginning, you know, it's like a burning house. It's like run for your life. But then we started to scale up initiatives, and then there were different civil initiatives who were just traveling there and helping people to relocate and evacuate because they just couldn't get to these evacuation buses. So we see that on one hand, we give the opportunity today to quickly respond. On the other hand, we still we return our civilization back by helping people that are in bigger need, more dire need than others. Next, we were organizing shelters all over Ukraine, where they're always accessible for people with disabilities, for parents with children. How was it all organized? What kind of sanitation was there? How people were living there? So at first, we were trying to save lives and then design and build all the other things. When we talk about shelters, they were most probably separate facilities from communities. There were sanatoriums or recreational facilities which provided people jobs, opportunity to have kindergartens or schools, to at least be part of the resocialization and reintegration to community. But then further, more progressive programs emerged when we distributed money for rentals, and then people could leave those shelters, rent the space for themselves, find housing, find jobs, have more dignified life. So why I'm giving you all these examples, I just want to say that humanitarian response indeed is something that we need to be doing here and now, but at the same time we have to keep our focus that what we do and in the long run, the consequences of what we do. thinking programmatically, even when we are saving lives here and now, so that the design of what we do allow those people who we help have access to jobs, education, mobility, communication, so that people are not in a dark isolation. So currently, we continue developing the strategy of accessible spaces. There's an action plan, RNDA 3, where there are a lot of actions with our accessibility strategy, where we say we need normal programs of helping the elderly who stayed in the country while their relatives went away. They are alone. They are oftentimes abandoned. People with disabilities, 2.7 million. And because of this war, we have already 3 million people with disabilities. And the number is unfortunately growing every day. So we have to think, how can we open access to job placement for all these people? We won't be able to do it alone. The amount of people who are actively working, paying taxes is going down. People in need is going up. So we have to think about creating conditions where our people will be able to have dignified job. If there's no qualification to with a person, that stands in the way of getting a job. How do we provide that qualification for them to be on the work market? If the women don't have enough capital to open their business, we have to find funds and projects that will help those women to open their businesses, because tomorrow those women organize businesses and will hire people with disabilities. That's how in different countries these problems will tackled. So whenever we design a program nowadays, we have to get back all the time to our objective. If our objective is to survive, we will survive. If we will survive, we will be able to pay taxes and help our army. That means we need to engage more people for job placement, providing jobs for the seniors, for people with disabilities who relocated from occupied territories. Because often they come back to a community where there's no job. No job in their profile. They have to be retrained. They have to be provided some new education. So please look at the program of accessible space or barrierless space. Look at what your organization can do to make your input in this shared. So when I'm talking about this, some would say, "Oh, you're crazy. What kind of reforms during the war?" No, we have to do it. If we won't do reforms, we won't survive. So I hope in our communities, we will be building accessible spaces, creating services, information, products in such a way that we open the opportunity to work to more and more people. Thank you. I will continue the topic of necessity to help people with disabilities through mobile groups, because CSOs is one of those organizations who is dealing with evacuation, including evacuation of seniors. And I will just give you two numbers. During the large-scale invasion, we managed to evacuate from frontline territories 70,000 people. Of them, 10,000 are people who won't be able to do it alone. Each such evacuation is only possible where there's a place to go. That's why at some point we were forced to open another unit of recovery in our organization and to aggregate all the methodology, how to create geriatrical care facilities, so facilities to help people in wheelchairs, people with disabilities, people who need social care, additional care. And so basically what has happened, but now I will go into localization. That's why I will connect it to local response, what I'm saying. So in international experience, there was very little such experience of evacuation like we have in Ukraine. Any program that was done before in other countries is not 100% adequate to those conditions and challenges that we face. Or in the crisis response as such, there's no experience in funding projects
of recovery and rebuilding the facilities that are repurposed for shelters, but not just shelters, but accessible shelters, shelters which have necessary accessibility, where there are no barriers for wheelchairs and people in their needs. So that's what I wanted to stress now. Humanitarian response in different aspects, in different programs. It's mostly comes to us in the standards and understanding the way how international community has, and that's often in other countries. It's not always answering the challenges and the needs that Ukrainian organizations have. And that's where we have wonderful cases where both us and our partners manage to advocate designing new standards. And since I'm sitting next to you, I can tell you that we are implementing a wonderful program of direct funding from USAID, evacuation of people, of seniors, frontline areas. And the way the Ukrainian organizations had to go through all the verification, certification, and submit ourselves. We did it, but in the process of doing that, we had a very understanding attitude how this program should look. We have very flexible funding. We have coverage of all the needs, but for equipment, individual protection for the team, and trainings, and to build the proper process and systemic the way we need it. Us, and I mean partnership of all the organizations in Ukraine and who was doing evacuation from front lines. And so the same is happening in humanitarian response. I would like to, well, there are many standards coming to us from the cluster system that in different countries. That's great that there is a platform that coordinates, that participate, that allows to coordinate for different organizations who are working together on resolving the same task. But at the same time, any system of clusters or unification requires certain standards that we cannot deviate from. And for instance, there are standards of how should food kit look like, the minimum food assistance, or the standard how should a light refurbishment look. What is the amount of works and what's the cost that it should be there. But at the same time, we have to understand that each case is individual. When 365 days a year, we feed the people with the same food kit, which has the proper set of calories, but it has no variety. It has no variety in vitamins and minerals. So it's not the best thing we can do now. And in the long run, it can have a negative impact to that person, that it will become additional burden for healthcare system. If we talk about remote villages and areas, there are no hospitals there. There are no access for ambulances. And somewhere down the line, where it's no longer about survival, just survival, but a strategy of developing our country as a capable and strong country, then we may run into a number of problems which was started now. And you can prevent that by listening to what the Ukrainian organizations know, who work in the fields, who have the understanding and expertise, and talking to Ukrainian scientists, researchers who can design and properly work on the standards. So standardization is a good thing, but these standards have to be adapted to the level of technical development, intellectual level of people we work with. And then it's going to be much more effective for our further cooperation and the good of the world. So, because the quicker we leave economic crisis, the less future assistance we will need. Thank you.
For localization, I thought for the organizations themselves involved in localization, even with incredible hardship of this invasion, that's shown incredible resilience of Ukrainian society. And so it shows Ukraine's development as a democratic society to have so many strong organizations at the local level, local governments, local civil society organizations, community organizations. And so even in the face of hardship, their strength in organizing themselves and providing services to people has made all the difference. And that's I think one of the real success stories at this really difficult time. So I think people should be really proud of that. That's been incredibly effective and important at a really critical moment. From the donor side, I think maybe philosophically, maybe just thinking of localization not too narrowly. So we're really pleased with strong organizations that are able to meet all the standards to receive direct grant funding from USAID, from the U.S. government. That's probably not for everybody. It's a lot of difficult requirements. It's good for the organization as a whole, as we've heard, for financial systems, for controls, for corporate governance, for a range of systems. But as I said, we've only been able so far on the humanitarian side to support 3 in Ukraine, and we have a couple more coming through the pipeline. We'd like to see more for that, and we have more training and capacity building, and we're very open to work with anyone to go through that process. But that's just one option. So with that option, besides that, there's the more than 185 grants through sub-grants through our UN and international NGO partners. That's maybe more accessible. You can see by the numbers that's where the vast amount of support to local organizations goes. And that's probably going to continue, but we're open to that. And then the pooled funding option is yet another way to reach a larger number of local organizations, even though we're open, as always, to work with everybody and anybody who's interested in going through the process to get to direct support. One other thing maybe just to mention, since Denise Brown kicked things off here, is we've had the beginnings of a group on durable solutions with UN organizations, bilateral donors, both on the humanitarian and development side, and some NGO representatives. And so that's yet another way of looking at local solutions is the nexus of humanitarian development partners working together over the long term as we see this transition towards both humanitarian response, but also moving towards longer standing development support and self-sufficiency.
Дякую. Було задано.
Thank you. So there were 2 questions, but I won't dwell on the first one because it's been already described. I will talk about another one, the threats. What are the threats that we face immediately after Kherson was deoccupied? International donors who were transferring money for our projects, responding to winning applications, the correspondent banks started blocking those funds. And that was about Kherson and Zaporizhia regions. Nowadays, it's the same. So they told us, so that legally, yeah, you can relocate organization from Kherson, but as soon as correspondent banks see Kherson and Zaporizhia, they blocked the funds. So we responded. Our organization is now re-registered in Cherkasy. They have opened accounts in Cherkasy in the bank, and what then? And nothing. In the name of organization, there is the word Kherson, and that's it. And nobody cares that it's not from Kherson. They don't care that we are registered in Cherkasy. And it's the same with Zaporizhia. And the money, neither from America and Canada or Germany or South Africa, we don't have them in any geography. And so now the pact, who are we grantees of this program, each month when they put the trans that we write 7 different letters that we are not terrorist organization, that we will work with occupied territories, and there are month or month and a half delays, but we have to do the works. So I think that the world and international donors should think how to fund grants, local organizations in frontline territories through Grivnia, through their representative offices in Ukraine. We've had such experience already. So German Children's Fund gives us foreign. So they give us the money and then we convert it into Grivnia. But there are problems, but we're deciding them.
Thank you so much, everyone. I will do my very best to summarize that, and then we'll hand over again to Tatiana for the final question. The question was on challenges and priorities. So I think, if I summarize, one of the major challenges you were just talking about is actually accessing funds. And we're hearing it from the donor side in terms of that financial compliance issues, and there's a panel on funding later. And we're hearing it from local organizations in terms of actually being able to receive those funds. So certainly there's more work that needs to be done there. That's therefore leads us onto a nice priority. How do we get funding to local organizations, in particular in frontline areas? Then another challenge we were hearing about was a lot of the research, the studies, the standards on what response looks like is largely informed by international organizations, international research organizations and others. So a priority then, how do we listen more to Ukrainian organizations, scientists and researchers? And to ensure therefore a priority, leading us onto a priority, that we are already thinking about durable solutions, about the long-term implications of this humanitarian response, and how we make sure that while we're focusing on humanitarian response, which is about survival and saving lives, actually we're already thinking about quality of life, about recovery, about reunification and the lives of Ukrainians once we hope this war is over soon. And then final point then on accessibility. So we were hearing that in terms of shelters, evacuation, the actual practicalities of humanitarian response, but also then again a priority on making sure that this humanitarian response, this funding, all of us working together, we're also thinking about how we ensure there is accessibility, that we are thinking about those with different or additional needs, the elderly, people with disabilities, and for example, being mindful that there may well be more people with disabilities as a result of the war. Did I miss anything?
No, I think that was good. And I think part of what was being discussed here was interesting because it was...
I beg your pardon. I have switched to English already. One of the things that has been also interesting for me is that we had different walks of life thinking about the roles and partnerships within localization. We have also spoken about the roles of the government in the implementation of reforms, implementing reforms at different levels. We've also spoken about the possibility to engage a broader context of Ukraine, for them to impact different decisions, solutions, the necessity to involve a greater circle of people who are capable of exerting this influence, to amplify the voice of the local organization, for them to give their feedback about another kind of standards that probably we already have, but we have to adjust them better to our situation. We've spoken about this agility and flexibility that certain donors exercise, especially at the beginning when it's difficult to enter perhaps this resource flow. But once you're there, to ensure this agility, to get heard about the needs that we see to be most acute. And of course, this is the possibility for the local realities, practical local realities, to be responded to. And within all of that, what I hear is forging possible partnerships for the future. I think that we will pose one more question, and then we will give an opportunity to our attendees to have their Q&A session with our panelists. But basically, we have gathered all here together thinking about the strategy concerning localization. It's some kind of a roadmap that needs to be conducive and favorable for us to keep moving on. Maybe you would like to submit three top priorities for the future. Some of you have mentioned them already. You can repeat them right now. So top 3 priorities needed for the localization process to keep moving forward. And what needs to be included within the strategy itself regarding partnerships, localization, leadership at the local levels, local actors. First of all, I would like to apologize. When I was enumerating the participants in localization, I failed to mention authorities. It wasn't intentionally done. I just failed to do that because it's true. Indeed, they are a very important element of everything happening in Ukraine. The authorities in Ukraine are powerful. They're acting. Not everywhere in Ukraine, of course, the war is ongoing. Not everywhere are conflicts, and it's possible to constructively cooperate with the government authorities. So when we talk about top 3 priorities, which matter for the localization context, I got myself thinking that, once again, I'm speaking about the perspectives for the international organizations. I guess that we have to change from within. We need to keep amending our policies and procedures because they're far from being perfect. They need to be streamlined, made more lean, once again maintaining this balance between certain requirements and common sense, requirements of donors, requirements concerning integrity in adhering to these principles on the one hand, whilst on the other hand, minding the context, thinking and remembering that we are living in the context of war, and these local organizations need to receive the help that will proceed to them via less bureaucratic channels. So we have to keep amending this process, keep going through these changes. It's also necessary to ensure these deterrence mechanisms within organizations, containment, because there may be different dynamics, different departments, different areas of work that these organizations target, which may be of the priorities that do not always align with each other. For example, the partnerships department, I even know that there are some localization departments set up in international organizations. They will always side most likely with CSOs and NGOs. They will seek simplification and streamlining to their best, and hearing the voices of local organizations. On the other hand, there will also be some departments, the people that work with reports, our colleagues that work with documents. When we speak about the compliance procedures concerning the requirements of the donors, so it's a fantastic thing to be able to balance these things, because if everyone was working as partnerships departments, we would probably relinquish some controls that we have to maintain, because we are still accountable both to our donors and communities, and there should be ensured a certain responsibility. On the other hand, if we were to work fully and solely complying with the templates and patterns of different financial accounting, this would be impossible for us to operate. So there needs to be this checks and balances in a way system in place. And we need to guarantee that these systems keep changing, keep evolving. Another thing, we have to popularize the concept of localization. We need to explain it, make it more accessible, understandable, conceivable for the people receiving this humanitarian aid. It would definitely do some good for these people that receive our aid, for them to be able to say who they are, where they are, so that they can begin these recovery processes, for them to have a look around and look at the reality under another angle, activate themselves, and perhaps they can also become an invaluable resource to ensure that we deliver this assistance in a more qualitative way. And one more thing to mention. We need to change our donor policies because we as international organizations exist between two fires in a way, between local organizations that we serve for and big donors that fund us, big international organizations. And it just so happens that rules are set by big donors. Respectively, we can communicate and advocate and talk to our donors and convince them to simplify their procedures and to become proponents of more liberal procedures. So here the role of policy paper is something that I would like to mention at this point and say that over the last 1.5 to 2 years, several donors have created some recommendations with reference to localization. For instance, the European Commission, SDC, have some developments in this regard. And they set it out that their vision of administrative costs or their vision of the policy of caring for their partners is this and that. And this is you, as the international organization, something that you have to comply with. And it gets easier for us to communicate with the counterparts who are not much willing to embrace changes, well, when making references to these international documents. And this creates a space open to localization, which is more favorable and encouraging everyone to change. And I would like to thank all of the donors. I know that I wasn't able to mention everyone. OVHA also has a certain set of instructions, if I can put it this way, because I'm not quite sure that these are policy papers, which once again set it out in paper, what the progress is, what their international partners have to seek, and what we, respectively, have to offer to local organizations. It's real fine that they are getting changed, perhaps not as fast as we would like them to, but nevertheless they are, and they're writing about that. They're not just paying lip service, there are documents that they and we can refer ourselves to, and this is extremely beneficial. Thank you. Whilst promoting the strategy of barrier-free, we paid attention to the fact that we set up and create policies at the governmental level, whilst there are some construction standards in place where we cannot build having barriers in place. Now, we have the standards for easy reading for the entities of governmental authorities, for them to communicate in a conceivable, accessible way with people. We also have standards of digital accessibility for sites and digital services delivered by the state. That is to say, we have the international classifier of the way that people live, something that has changed drastically the rehabilitation processes in Ukraine, so that it's not the people lying there and dying in mud and waiting for their prosthesis to somehow grow into their body, but for other specialists to come and help them get adapted. So there are so many changes to ensure that it all is easily accessible to the local levels. Lots of different organizations are helping a variety of social groups. For example, in terms of the strategy of barrier-free, this year is of importance for us because it's once again about localization, to get down from the governmental level to the local governance level and commence our work with local figures, MPs, local public council members, for them to realize how the frameworks have changed, the frameworks within which we live and operate, and how within this framework they have to build their own strategies for actions and policies. What does that have to do with what we are talking about? This has a direct bearing on that, because right now we are here to hear and talk to the representatives of civil society organizations. However, here we cannot see the mayors of towns and cities. We don't see local council members. But how to make sure that everything which is being built by the international donor community and civil society organizations gets connected to the local level. For us, it's indispensable right now to commence this effective dialogue, perhaps training at this public societal level, to being familiarized with different practices. Because indeed, there are so many different carriers, I would say, of new practices, new expertise, new experience in the midst of civil society organizations. Whereas at the same time, we understand that norms are being written for local communities together with local council members, with local mayors, and they may be completely unaware of all of these best practices, completely in the dark. So let us think about how to pay more attention to that component, how we can start building this local interaction, and how to unite the resources raised by the local communities as taxes with the resources garnered by international donors and being implemented by civil society organizations in the local communities. Also, let's have a look at what the government is doing. From my experience of communicating with mayors, I understand they don't know about a lot of targeted and purposeful programs which are meant for communities, villages, towns, but they simply don't know about that. Because while the users of some of these programs are residents in their local communities. So I think it's time for us to initiate these dialogues at the level of each respective community. I will definitely agree with with what has been said, with the practical experiences talked about in our organization. We keep monitoring the prefrontal areas. I can tell you that the best situation is where there are proactive heads of local village councils, local authorities, and where they seek help, where all of the connections are severed, where people are still in the dark, there is ignorance, recovery isn't taking place. There is no access to basic needs, and people unfortunately don't have any support. And as an organization that identifies these needs and formulates these needs, I'm fully supportive of the necessity to teach and train local authorities, informing them about which programs are available, how to harness and garner the support, different resources in making sure that different institutions, if they have to ensure that these institutions have to be relocated, but how to make sure that money also follows these institutions to the other hosting communities. So that's one thing. When talking about civil society organizations and NGOs, which are pretty sizable and engage a lot of international funding, I would definitely speak here about the necessity to standardize the criteria and requirements to such organizations, because every new partner, every new donor organization is a circle of a variety of procedures, due diligence, everything imaginable and unimaginable. So some tentative due diligence and standardized entry procedures would perhaps alleviate the situation for smaller sized organizations to streamline being awarded different projects, because every single time they have to prove their capacity, their ability, and it takes a lot of resources, time, in particular, or human resources. Sometimes they simply don't have the specialists. So this would definitely be very beneficial for Ukrainian organizations, in particular smaller ones, who have this capacity to go through all of these circles to be approved for different programs. Also, when talking about priorities, it's definitely being adapted better to the Ukrainian legislation, policies, rules, regulations for the international organizations, because more often than not, we are confronted with the fact with the policies of procurements, for example. There are international organization requirements, and there are requirements presented by the Ukrainian tax service. So we need to make sure that we continue being transparent, Nobody has any gripes or complaints against us, and we keep existing. It's also about adapting documents, translations into Ukrainian or into English, certain legal support for smaller sized organizations which do not have lawyers on their staff or other specialists on evaluation and monitoring, some other specific roles. Quite often, these organizations simply may be unaware that these specialists are sorely needed for them, or how to do it more in a professional way, but not in the way that they have been imagining that. So all of this is certainly needed, so that when such organizations enter such partnerships, such Ukrainian organizations are convinced and sure that everything is clear, firstly, and secondly, no contradictions with the Ukrainian legislation will arise, and thirdly, everything will be synchronized, all of the capabilities and possibilities, everything will be done legally, both on the part of the donor organization and the Ukrainian local organization. And the governmental authorities will not be hostile to them. So these are my top three, and now I'm moving on the floor, giving the mic to the others to follow.
A lot of what was just said certainly resonates with me. I like this metaphor of a localization roadmap because I think it captures a few key elements. The idea of the plan, that's a map to someplace, so we're all agreed and trying to coordinate on a way to work towards that goal of localization along the vision and good examples that we've heard a lot about this morning. There's the rules of the road. So the standards that we have for health commodities and food commodities and social protection standards, and along that, and donor standards also, as you said, what's required, the financial requirements, other operational requirements, legal requirements. To meet those rules of the road, it's important to have capacity building, local civil society centers that we've been supporting, a lot of other work that's been done to help local organizations be able to meet those standards, the technical ones, but also the operational ones to receive donor support. And then finally, the idea that it's a map, but it's not so prescriptive. When we see some obstacles, you look on the map and you can go around the obstacles. And so being able to listen to people, I think, is important, and be able to adapt. One way that USAID's tried to do this is by supporting 3 different consortia with international NGOs and a large number of partners, of local partners. And so that's a way to provide rapid response. When there's a new need, we're able to shift over, add local partners, or cut some new subgrants, shift geographic locations if it's necessary, or sector. But it's important to have that flexibility within localization, because the context is changing very, very quickly, and there's tremendous resource and talent here in Ukraine.
Щоб не повторюватися, буду
In order not to repeat everything that's been said, the 3 steps, or 3 my points of vision of what needs to be done right now, the areas that require zoning in on. First one is transparency and accountability, which needs to breed the trust on behalf of people, because we say that we require the trust of the Ukrainian businesses and persons. Secondly, we have to enhance communication and outreach campaigns with our target groups. And thirdly, systemically, holistically, sustainably, we need to keep working with local authorities. So these are the most important steps from my perspective for all of us to undertake. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much indeed. I think that we have had some very interesting steps that I've already figured out. So in summary, briefly, spoken about the possibility and necessity to enable the local dialogue and carrying information across to the local level. This has been resonant with virtually everyone. You have also spoken about the points that international organizations have to have a look at themselves and to understand how they need to what they need to prioritize within themselves in order to ensure localization. Also spoken about making localization popular. Once again, getting it across to the local level so that the people understand what's it all about, the necessity to train and study at different levels. There was an importance of standardization raised, the requirements of donors concerning passportization, how to simplify that as one of the steps to take. And I also think they've also spoken about, which really matters, the transparency and accountability, which enables to build trust not only with the foreign donors, but local donors likewise. I think it's a very interesting bridge that's already been talked about. And in summary, localization and this roadmap, these are very much needed for us to explain, because the roadmap is all about rules, about looking at different steps of the way and getting adjusted to the situation. So we still have some time left. Maybe some of the members of our audience would like to ask their questions. I'll take this mic from you and take this opportunity as a co-host of this conference. And I would like to give the floor to very a free space to Ms. Tatiana, because here we have a lot of representatives. Yesterday we had a big workshop to which we invited a great number of organizations. Could you kindly raise your hands, those of you from local organizations present at the workshop yesterday? So these are the people providing for the inclusion of the strategy. We are inviting everyone. We have consultations with virtually all stakeholders who are to be involved in this discussion. We have very little time left, so be mindful of that. So these are the representatives of a small organization working with people with disabilities, which is very much important to be engaged in this strategy.
Добрий день, колеги. Дуже рада, що запросили мене. Дуже рада, що ви не забули про інвалідів. Я теж являюсь людиною з інвалідністю і
Disability. And I represent civil society organization, Association of People with Disabilities, a Pure Heart. First, I was a bit sad. I'm in Odessa, and in the moment when the large-scale invasion started, I had to relocate to a safer space because I have a child. She was 2 years back then. She's now 4, and then I moved to Cherkasy region, and I stayed there, and I was pretty bored there compared to Odessa. But then I saw a project where a donor organization was providing sub-grant to build my own business. So I started thinking, why not? Why should I not make a rehabilitation center, buy sports equipment? So I wrote this grant proposal, and I indeed opened a sport rehabilitation center. It's in Cherkasy region. It's in Uman Oblast, village Tatarivka. And there are a lot of people coming to our space, and you can find us on the internet. Tatiana Bohardyan, she's on YouTube, and you will see what they're doing there. And now I want to expand. I rented a space, 312 square meters, close to the lake. And I want to create a sport rehabilitation center. Sport Relax is going to be called. So I want to provide rehabilitation services to people who need this. And I want to create it with solar panels. I already have a project ready, calculations, everything. It's gonna it's gonna help us with savings because electricity sometimes hard to come by. So it's gonna be a resilience center. I think it's a great idea, and because we want people with disabilities to be respected, so society doesn't look at them, as inferior. Sometimes people cannot walk or find it hard to walk, but they can do a lot of stuff. They can perform different duties. Thank you so much. And now, I have a microphone. Nicholas has the microphone. If you want to speak, please raise your hand, and we have 15 minutes to answer the questions. Me or Nicholas, I'm here. So if you have questions, please raise your hands. So I see a hand over there. Greetings, everyone. I'm Olena Verdosenko. I'm the IDP, internally displaced person from Kharkiv. I have many children, and now I live in Vinnytsia. I want to say thank you, all of you, for supporting us, because as the refugees from Kharkiv say, Vinnytsia is I'm their leader, they say, because I, just like other mothers, I was sitting there, not knowing what to do, but then I realized it's time to stop crying, you have to do something. Just one call, one phone call, I don't remember whether was it Vostok SOS or Skit SOS, and I called them, asked them, how can we arrange some help to the IDPs? Because in Vinnytsia, there is no one from Kharkiv government. There's no community like I am Mariupol, I am Lugansk, I am Donetsk. And so these ladies tell me on telephone, only you have to be a legal entity. You have to have a legal address. And I say, what does it mean? I'm a teacher. I'm a working person and I can work remotely. And they say, you should create a civil society organization. And I say, well, that's something completely new for me. So I created it, I founded it. But this process of learning how to write a statute, how to write all those documents, it took time. It took time to create all that, but unfortunately, humanitarian assistance started dwindling. But that's not a problem. We can keep working. And you say there have to be leaders locally. Indeed. So I went through leadership school. It was incredible. But from the very first times, just like many others, we don't memorize everything from the first go. So I went through that training. But then what's next? You know, if there are people who are just up and go, but without thinking, no, we need people who really understand the needs of people who got into a difficult situation. They should be engaged. They should be engaged more in activities because unfortunately in Vinnytsia region and in Vinnytsia itself, I am not perceived because I am from Kharkiv. But I am an important part of their community. So people who become leaders in new communities, they should have programs for lengthy support, because we went through training, it's so great. For us, it's a new type of activity, and we want to be useful to all of the people. So you need to be able to plan ahead. Thank you so much. So, do you have any more questions or comments? Yes, we have.
A break soon. I think we all should do that. So please, if you just introduce yourself and a question maybe for the panel, that would be helpful.
Доброго дня.
Yes, hello, I'm Larisa Baida. I work in the Secretariat of National Assembly of People with Disabilities. It's a big organization that is created by and works for people with disabilities, working on almost in every region of Ukraine. Up to this section or panel discussion, I still have a question that I want to get an answer to. So it was a question to all panelists. We are a local organization. We're big, but still a local organization. And before now, our organization is a contractor with a subcontractor. That's a very difficult arrangement. So I have a question to panelists. There are 3 steps that we should do to arrange the partnership of all the players on the humanitarian field: international organizations, governmental, local partners, donors. What do we have to do to streamline all this? It's not my first time participating in this conference since 2022, and I'm very concerned that we still don't have an answer to those questions we started asking back in 2022. So very specifically, what are the 3 steps for partnership, for improving the partnership?
One other question together for the panel?
No, I think
Okay.
it will be better to have answer. То хто може взяти на себе таку відповідальність і сказати про 3 кроки?
So who can tell us about 3 steps that we can make here? So we should start with that, because a strategy and a document that we will be distributing through QR codes. Everybody will be able to scan this QR code and get both the Ukrainian and English version of a working document. And there are very specific steps that we want to do: operational goals and strategic goals. All these responses and questions, they will be included, because as you said, it's been 2 years now we're working, and everybody got engaged, all the researchers, all the studies over the 2 years, all these expressions that we had from the start of large-scale invasion, they're all included in this document. So I think you will find answers in this document, and you will be able to join in, because the link is active. You can comment, you will be able to add your thoughts there, but maybe our guests have some additional questions. Right, about this arrangement where there's a contractor and subcontractor. You know, international organizations, as I said, they receive money from big donors, and then they have an opportunity to distribute those funds according to their strategic visions. Depending on the country with the conflict. So I'm not saying for everyone, but I think most of the international organizations would agree that our role in the context of localization is for the local organizations to avoid intermediaries, such as international organizations, but receive the funds directly. It's very difficult to get from the start a grant from UHF It's hard because you have to have the policies, you have to have some experience, you have to know how to work with international organizations. But in the process of this cooperation that can be sometimes problematic for both sides, and we can learn in this process. So then we, in the end, we have some knowledge and skills, both local organizations and international organizations. And with that knowledge, you go through capacity building. Ideally, as the organization should be able to get funding directly from big humanitarian donors. Our objective is not to work only in Ukraine. We had a strategy of going out of Ukraine. We worked on that before the large-scale invasion. So our objective is not just to stay in Ukraine and be that constant intermediary, but to open opportunities for small organizations who just start to work with us. We can strengthen their capability, and they go and directly work with whom they would be not so easy to work from the get-go, from the start. Okay, then more questions. Hello, civil society, Odessa, wow. Sorry, I will speak in mixed language. So we work with IDP families, and of course we write grants because unfortunately it's one of those main sources of getting the funding. For instance, we work with USAID, or not yet, but hope to. There is a program, Creative Economy. We wrote the grant application back in November. There was a deadline. It's been 4 months now, and we were contacted just once. Information was clarified, but even by today, we still don't know what to do next. It's a very difficult situation. We wrote grant applications to different organizations, and we faced the challenge that there's just no feedback from the other side at all. No confirmation, nothing. And smaller local organizations cannot plan, therefore. What do we do next? The project application we submitted to USAID is getting professional orientation. It's like, how do you open a coffee shop startup? How do you open your small business? And so we're still hanging there in the end, and we're moving in that direction. We can submit to the application to other donors, or should we wait while we have information from this donor? So I've encountered several times already, like we're writing grant application and then wait and wait and wait, and there's no more relevance for this grant. So we would like to get feedback. How do you keep a closer contact, more relevant exchanges with larger donors, so that we understand, is it okay, is it not okay? Because for us, money is also, time is also money, so we don't need to waste it. Right, there should be a direct conversation, I think. Jeremy, can you say something?
Certainly happy to talk to you after and try to facilitate a conversation with the organization that you're working with. So from that side, our doors are open. We want to be able to help people, and the idea is to facilitate these conversations and to facilitate the work with local organizations like yours, so that it's effective and so there's a clear path to get to the conclusion that you're expecting. Once you put in for a request for a subgrant, that you get a response within a reasonable amount of time and are able to move forward. That said, there are a lot of other donors out there. There are a lot of different activities in the space, and I guess sort of general rule of entrepreneurship, I guess, is don't put all your eggs in one basket. There are a lot of different opportunities, but as for our part, happy to talk to you after, and we'll see what we can do for communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And я думаю, що якраз в цьому
Thank you, Jeffrey. I think in that strategy, there's one more important thing is feedback. Feedback not only from us as an organization, of local and national, that generates reports, etc., but it's also
feedback from all the important organizations, donors, where it's important to get answers here and now in order to be able to move forward. So we need to make a small break so that you, okay, just one small question, right? One more small question. I'm Svetoslav Ma from the fund from a small town Stri. It's a local organization. On my way here, I asked the artificial intelligence about localization in Ukraine, and the artificial intelligence said, "Sorry, it's still not there." So it's a fantastic thing what you're doing. So I have a short question. It's important to arrange social career lifts or social lifts so that our organization can tackle global things. Can you say what is the mechanism of social lifts so that thousands of smaller organizations could find their way up to the top and they would be noticeable from Europe, from the rest of the world? Right? Who can answer this? Social lifts. Who's building social lifts or well, let me try. I don't have 100% answer, but what I know for sure, civil society sector as a whole, the whole system of humanitarian response is very open. And, if an organization has a strictly defined objectives, goals, plan of action that they want to pursue, how they want to pursue those objectives, and preferably basic budget, cost estimate, what the resources they need, and the best they can do is keep knocking doors, keep looking for partners, and it's best to find partners among Ukrainian organizations, not necessarily international, because you will be much more understandable to each other. You can pitch your idea, you can tell what you would like to implement, what you would like to do, and quite often it can be well within their sphere of interest, and you can get support from both the Ukrainian organizations who can suggest you some partnership, and you can go and submit for some project together. Or they can engage you in some other way to what they're doing, and it's a natural process. You grow together, you get more experience, and you keep building your portfolio of capabilities that will enable you later to submit for other bigger programs. So I think it's one of the best ways, just to speak openly and be proactive, talking to those who do the similar things that you do. Right. I'm not answering this question. I think that the answer was good enough. I agree. But I just wanted to answer the previous question, just short. Yeah, indeed, very sad to hear that there are sometimes, this experience of there's no answer. We try to provide feedback every time, even if it's negative, even if we have to say, sorry, your application was not supported, but still there's an answer. And today, it's just coincidence, we ran a survey among all of our 350 partners, and it's about communication. And one of the areas it says, what's the negative thing that you see? And they said failure to provide feedback. And we want to see how many people fail to provide feedback so that we correct it, so that we remedy it. And we'll do the same survey among our partners. So that we then later improve something, recommended practices in talking to partners and not recommended practices. Right. I think we will wrap with this, our first panel discussion. I want to thank all of our panelists for this conversation, for their participation. Thanks a lot. And also, I want to thank you for your comments and the questions you were asking. Mila, what do we do next? All right. Let's move around a little bit. 5 minutes, small break. I want to thank our speakers in this first panel discussion for being with us. Just 5 minutes, small break.
You were with us last year. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll try and give 10 minutes break.
One minute. Прошу. Пані Тетяна, прошу. Так. Так. Станьте, будь ласка. Так. Так. Пані Тетяна, хвилинку вашої уваги. Ми з вами зустрічалися у Львові. Дякую. Вибачте. Алло, пані Уляна? Алло? Я тут вийшла біля входу, стою, а ви де саме стоїте? А, ви в зал все, я зараз шукаю вас в залі, я заходжу в зал, ой, вибачте, будь ласка, і ви саме... А, все, бачу, дякую. Я зараз прийду. Я зараз пані Уляну.
Які вже готові бути з вами.
If people can enter from the back, we're going to close this.
Dear guests, please sit on your places because we should start a new panel. So please.
Get a free one.
Дорогі колеги, прошу займати місця.
Dear colleagues, please do take your seats. Would you kindly take your seats, everyone? Now we are beginning our next plenary panel. We already have some updates, but I can take 30 seconds of my time, and I would like to thank someone who is just running away from us, dashing away, Nicholas. No, because this man, a lot has been said here about leaders who sometimes take people by hand, but some people also nudge and push people to prominent positions. So basically, Nicholas is someone due to whom this conference is taking place today. So would you kindly give your round of applause to him? from Future International, and one more individual who is here with us. I'm terribly grateful to Ilya. I'm giving the floor to him. I'm already with the mic. Thanks a lot. So, dear colleagues, good morning. My name is Klitskovsky Ilya. I've already said hello to you. I'm Deputy General Director of Red Cross and Crescent Organization in Ukraine, and I'm honored together with Mr. Jeremy, who is the representative of Refugees International, Mr. Jeremy Honendik, who is the president of Refugees International. I am honored to co-moderate the second plenary panel discussion, which is dedicated to coordination, complementarity, and participation. Today, let me also introduce our guests. We have with us Ms. Uliana Tokareva, Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, Sarah Hilding, der Bedouin, Head of Office, UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, Victoria Balzer. She's a member of the board, Community Foundations of Voznesensk Town, and Joanna Garbalinska, Director, Humanitarian NGO Platform in Ukraine. Also, Dina Urich. Hello, Dina. She is the head of the Direct Aid Ukraine and a board member helping to lead. So, dear friends, with your permission, I would like us to begin with the first question. It's also about coordination and cooperation, as well as complementarity. But if I may, I would like to ask my first question to Ms. Uliana Tokareva, Deputy Minister of Social Policy. Our first panel was about response. We said a lot about localization, humanitarian response. The country is definitely faced with a huge challenge. It's the war, and the Ministry of Social Policy and the government have to get adapted and respond to all of that. In the public sector, likewise, it's always helping, doing the subsidiary role with the support of the international community and international funding. So what do you think concerning the participation? How well has this cooperation with the public sector of Ukraine has already been set up? And what do you think about the future concerning the recovery stage, recovery projects? What role do you think the civil society will have to play in all that? Thank you. First of all, I would like to greet and welcome all of the participants, men and women of this large meeting with the Ministry of Social Policy. It's very important to speak and keep in touch with those who, with their own hands, deliver the help, aid, and induce the changes. I'm very much grateful to the organizers of this event. It's true. The Minister of Social Policy assumes tackling the most painful acute issues in the humanitarian response areas, like rendering complicated social services or meeting the needs of the most vulnerable cohorts and groups of population, because here definitely the Ministry of Reintegration has to play the key role, which in Ukraine is basically responsible for the whole emergency response in Ukraine. However, if we are talking about what's happening in the interaction with the public sector, with the local governance, with the international community and the state, there are a few key points to be made. First off, we see the picture more broadly because we have the information flocking to us concerning all of the needs from different communities. Lots of people have come from the affected territories, or they have been impacted by the war. And in the context of responding to domestic violence or sex-based violence or gender-based violence or conflict-related sexual violence, we say that it's absolutely necessary to build a national system of response to make sure that all of these services are professional and easily accessible. And at this point, a lot of interesting points of cooperation are already in place. In the first place, CSOs and NGOs are very quick in the uptake in terms of delivering such services at the local levels. They listen to the government and act on that. We know that there are lots of shelters being opened up, and it's the civil society organizations, for example, who began to act on this initiative and set up the public center for the survivors, and lots of different training centers have been set up. But the whole general and end game of that will be setting up the nationwide system of response so that every community can reach out to that. Also, we see this joint shared initiative together with international organizations when we allocate solid fuel for the families in need, and the international organizations have assumed the implementation of this project, something that has been in existence for a long time. But just because a greater number of families need this support, the international organizations have kindly stepped in to help. Another initiative, the municipal nanny, it's also a government-based program that has been in existence for quite some time, but it used to target some limited target groups. We understand there are lots of families coming to hosting communities and in new residences. There's no one, so to say, to back up a woman, for example, who is left all alone, who would like to keep earning money, making a living to support herself and her children. But the kindergarten is not operational, the child is too small, and there's no one to give this child care to this kid. So we would like to extend the list of such groups. We understand the restrictions that the national budget has, so we are reaching out to international donors to involve them monetary support in order to cover these strata of society. One more thing to mention, now NGOs and CSOs are very much supportive of social service provision. Social services, in fact, is something that I'm responsible for as the Deputy Minister of Social Policy. Without the active involvement of CSOs or NGOs, we wouldn't be able to implement a lot of local programs. And here are several important things to be mindful of. Once again, please, as social organizations, get involved in the register of the register for social need providers. So there are lots of different impediments. I will try to eliminate them, but there are basically 2 documents that you have to submit to become registered in this registry. Also, get your activities synchronized with the state standards in place. If you see that this list of social services needs to be extended, please speak to that. Speak about that to the Ministry of Social Policy. We will do all we can in order to reform the system of social policy in Ukraine and social service provision to be able to meet the needs of the people better. If you come up with some great initiatives to develop the network of social service provision locally in communities, and you know that a lot of these opportunities have become the responsibility of local budgets. So for us, it's necessary to understand how we, the government, can support local initiatives. One of the sad instances was talked about yesterday at the national level and the National Coordination HQ, when there was an idea to set up a special space to take care of elderly people who cannot take care of themselves. They need extraneous help. They have no relatives to provide for them at home. So this institution would step in to help them. And this initiative had been talked through with the local governments, but at some point, unfortunately, local governments were not able to provide their care. And an additional guarantee could be, of course, the government. We could have told them about and consult them about how this initiative could end up in something good. So prompt us. This is something that I'm appealing with you. Another important thing in the construction of this complementarity with the international organization and the public sector, these are the strategic areas that the government is pursuing. For example, in the context of humanitarian response, we are talking about the institutionalization reform for both children and adults. We are moving along the same lines, we share the same set of values. And these being the process of Euro-Atlantic integration. So it's necessary for us to depart from these huge institutions for up to 700 individuals. For example, one of the largest institutions is for 700 individuals in Svitoshin district in Kyiv. So for us, it's necessary not to rebuild these boarding institutions, but instead, if we want to support such people, but provide for new formats of social residence so that and housing so that these people can get actively integrated into socioeconomic life. One more important point to mention, let's work together on developing strategic areas. And my last point to mention, I understand that this is not the platform solely for me. My last point to make is, please don't be afraid to participate as NGOs or CSOs in the implementation of the programs funded by the state. This year, and I think it's our great win, there's more than 1 billion hryvnias allocated to the procurement of social services, and the major providers of that we see to be CSOs and NGOs. However, there are lots of other challenges that the CSOs are speaking about, like we are not ready, we are used to international grants, we know how to work with that, but these government-owned funding is something that scares us off a bit. Believe us, we try to streamline all of the procedures, trying to make them as transparent as we can and accessible, easily embraceable, but without you, cooperation with you will not be able to develop these sorely needed social services. It's like family care, mental support, and many other important social services. Yet we are ready to render assistance to the public sector. We are ready to do training. And here we are very much supported by international organizations, large-scale Ukrainian organizations. We are very much grateful to UN organizations, Jednania organization, and many others who have united their efforts with us. So don't shirk this cooperation, but please make a step towards accommodating us. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Ulana. I think that this matter is really vital. The Red Cross that I am a representative of, humanitarian response, the number of organizations that are dealing with humanitarian response in Ukraine, this is rather important. But delivering social services in places, in fields, and the matter of cooperating with the government and how this transition is taking place from the humanitarian response to social service provision, how much relevant, to what extent it is relevant to the civil society organizations if they do want to keep being viable and in the sector of Ukraine's recovery, especially in the future. In this response, I would like to give the floor to the rest of our panelists. I can see that Dina was raising her hand. Oh, it seemed to me, sorry. So maybe some feedback concerning the humanitarian response and social service provision. How are they interconnected? Good afternoon, my name is Dina. I'm here to represent Helping to Live. I'm incredibly helpful for the opportunity to speak today, for this genuine, frank dialogue to engage in. It's really awesome that this alliance has set up this platform. There are so many fantastic speakers joining us today. My organization is pretty young. We were created in the first days of the full-scale invasion when people were in different chatbots trying to help each other to buy tickets and get relocated and evacuated. So our main area of work was evacuation, and in these 2 years we have covered the way from just a unification of people to becoming a full-fledged civil society organization, organizing large-scale events, helping people to get evacuated from prefrontal areas, and we have managed to evacuate over 40,000 people. We are in cooperation with multiple partners in local places like CSOs is our reliable partner, THU, as well as many other organizations. And definitely, we are much in contact with the representatives of the government at different levels, ranging from coordination HQs at the Ministry of Reintegration to local regional administration to local community representatives. And in this regard, we have already have some developments where we have been able to witness a certain resistance, if I can put it this way, at the local levels, community levels, the levels where volunteering teams had to be supported when we tried to get through to local regional administrations, which we did manage to do. However, it was a convoluted way to go through. And I can tell you that over time, now that we are in 2024, this is really much better than it was back in 2022 when it was so hard to get all of this activity off the ground. So thank you very much to the government institutions enabling small but very reliable steps to be taken by small-sized CSOs. Another thing to say, a lot of our beneficiaries are the people of vulnerable groups, low mobility groups, elderly people, people who require additional care. And here we can help the government. We can provide services, we can help people to get evacuated, but still something that we are left to deal with is that sometimes we lack information. What do I mean by that? We still have people who are remaining in Kharkiv, Kherson, the occupied territories. In those regions, they do require support, information about the opportunities to be relocated, evacuated to. And a certain number of them are already being taken care of by social organizations. And we know that local representatives of such organizations don't have the capacity to take good care of these people. We know that they still remain in their houses, resources are scarce, and that's all right, because we live under the conditions of the full-scale invasion, and sometimes the government runs out of resources. So this information sharing, which should be more systemic and holistic, especially at the local level, perhaps not even the local, but regional level, would definitely help. It needs to be enhanced so that people are not apprehensive to recognize we cannot handle ourselves, we are mismanaging, and we need to reach out to CSOs locally. We just need to be more frank in terms of communicating this information. I know that there are certain obstacles in terms of personal information protection. However, it's a matter of life and death when we cannot forward the lists of the affected population. Sometimes we come to a particular place, but the people have died. That's the first point to make. And the second point to mention is Ms. Ulana was very right to speak about our strategic path to take, that we are moving along the lines of deinstitutionalization, that we have to depart from the outdated standards when we had the institutions to take care of up to 700 people. Anyway, we bump into some problems of emergency character where people need to be immediately evacuated and there are no places, no beds. And that doesn't mean that we need to recover the ruined institutions, but still some short-term decisions and solutions have to be taken care of. Some temporary hubs and shelters need to be created. And right now, volunteer organizations are these hubs. CSOs, for example, they have their institutions. In Kharkiv, they have Volunteer 68, who also work a lot in this regard. Yet, These are just temporary hubs, which sooner or later will stop operating because funding will run out. The capacity to embrace and house more people will definitely run out. So we are reaching out for systemic help, comprehensive help, and we would like to get these people, first of all, to be housed, to be taken care of. We want to get more information about local regions, about places where these people can be evacuated if we deal with evacuation. These places available for the affected population, even for the local departments of social protection, is something which is impossible for them to give us immediate information about, because they say they have to process all of this information manually. And it seems to me that CSOs could enhance the situation, the system, taking care of the management of the whole system, being more complementary to the governmental public authorities. Yes, I would also like to thank the colleagues for the topic that is being raised right now, because today in this congregation I can see lots of people who would like to assume this leadership, assume the responsibility for what will happen in places. As far as I know, leadership and accountability, they nearly equal each other. And when we say about having to build qualitative communication with different levels, starting with central authorities and all the way to local authorities, we have to be aware of what we have on our agendas so that this communication and collaboration proves to be efficient. From my background, let me say that we as a charitable fund have lived through different stages. 2022 was the stage of humanitarian response when our community was the area of hostilities. People had to be evacuated when food was scarce. 2023 was the year of social service provision and a certain early recovery. Right now we're talking already about reconstruction and ensuring projects aimed at rebuilding and recovery. Every organization present here within these 2 years has been growing powerfully, institutionally, organizationally. We had to understand the international standards of providing humanitarian assistance. We had to develop our procedures, policies. We trained our professionals. We dealt with that professionally, and I can tell you that the civil society these days is demonstrating a high level of professionalism and leadership in this domain. However, if we look at our partners, how can we ensure that our partners are on the same page with us and that we can engage in effective communications with them? When talking about local executive authorities in our community, for example, it was the Department of Culture that was engaged in early humanitarian response. It was just their local leadership. Somebody assumed this responsibility, and the cultural institutions, libraries, cultural houses, they began to provide their support, while the social department mentally well and personally were not ready to deal with these conundrums. Later on, housing problem came to the forefront. They began to acquire all of the necessary things for the repair and reconstruction. So this was another department to take care of that. So now social protection department is being actively involved. Also, emergency department that deals with a great number of emergency challenges is actively involved. So all of these departments kicked in at different times and they perform different functions. But at the level of the community, and something that I have as a request to present to the civil society, you know, my community has been experimenting in many ways, like the whole of Ukraine during these 2 years. But after the time has passed, now we have to look back and to get our experience institutionalized. Because still at the level of the local councils, we haven't developed local policies of response. If any similar situation should occur, we don't have any algorithms in place to be developed and applied. You know, any advanced experiences, best practices need to be embraced and adapted. That's why I appeal with all of you here to talk about that, maybe speak about new pilot projects like Novograd-Volynsk or Sumy. Maybe you have a fantastic policy of humanitarian response and respective structures to take on these roles. We have had a lot of different technogenic disasters taking place in Ukraine throughout this time. Lessons learned have already should have already become foundational to such policies, because otherwise somebody who was in charge of a cultural department, if these people get to retire and they take all of these policies with them as they retire, we will have to reinvent the wheel. So when we talk about the coordination and complementarity, we need to teach our partners to speak the same language and to be guided by the same principles and procedures, to get it all institutionalized so that we get improve and understand what we are doing at local, regional levels, how that moves on to the national level, and how this is to be coordinated internationally. And this can only be done when we speak the same language, when we have similar institutions, when we have clear-cut rules and procedures in place. So we, as the organizations who seek localization, our task is to pull up other organizations to our level of cooperation so that they can also cooperate internationally with other municipalities, and we can also engage in effective communication with them.
That is a great segue to the question I want to pose to our international partners here. And I'm Jeremy Knindike. I'm the president of Refugees International, and we're really privileged to be working with the Alliance to help organize this, and so inspired to see the turnout here today. So you just mentioned a common language, the need for a common language between the international system and the national systems that are used here in Ukraine. As someone who has spent most of my career personally in the international system, we have a very developed set, a very standardized set of coordination systems and structures that we use, and we tend to roll those out pretty consistently wherever we go, whether or not that always maps well to the local systems and the local practices. I remember a conversation I had with a colleague from a Ukrainian NGO a few months ago who was saying, well, we were kind of shocked when all of these international partners came in, and we expected they would first come and talk to us and say, how are you doing things? What are you doing? How can we align and support what you're doing? And instead what we found was they set up a lot of their own structures that didn't really connect to what we're doing. And I think that is, as someone who has worked in a lot of international response environments, that happens a lot. And so the question that I want to ask maybe first to OCHA, to Sarah from OCHA, is how is the international coordination architecture dealing with that dynamic? And how are the clusters adapting, or how should the clusters adapt? How should the international system here adapt to the ways that Ukrainians are leading the response, both at a sort of a government level, as the deputy minister talked about, and often at a very localized, very kind of grassroots, organic level on the ground, coordinating a lot of operations through informal telegram groups and things like that. Neither of those are things that the clusters are traditionally very well suited to integrate with. So how do you see that? How do you see the future there? And are there some other models that the international system should begin thinking about to better integrate with how Ukrainians are leading the response?
Thank you very much, Jeremy, and thanks everybody. I think first, Olo, just to set the scene a little bit, in terms of the coordination of a humanitarian response, as I think the Vice Prime Minister hinted this morning, the prime responsibility lies with the government. And the government in this particular country is beyond impressive. The work that this country can do on its own through its structures that exist for an emergency response, not just humanitarian, but emergency response, is very, very impressive and has a lot to build on, which should make it easier for people like an organizations like mine to work in Ukraine than in other countries. But also, as the Deputy Minister just mentioned, this is not necessarily just about a humanitarian response. It is about social protection, it's about social support, and it's about the recovery of the country. Now, the cluster system, and let's remember, when we came here, when the full-scale invasion took place in February 2 years ago, we didn't start from scratch as a humanitarian system. There had been a humanitarian response going on here since 2014. So there were clusters and there were systems in place that the international system was already in place. Obviously, it's had to evolve massively because the situation and the scale dramatically changed. Now, having said that, the International Cluster Humanitarian Coordination System has been in place for almost 20 years globally. So there's a lot of things that are good about it, like, for example, the setting of standards, the way that processes can be managed, the systems in place. There's also a lot of things that need to change because the world has changed and Ukraine has shown that more than many other operations. So while we didn't start from zero in February 22, we've had to evolve as the cluster system and as the humanitarian architecture. Because obviously, not only was it had to be more inclusive because there were so many new actors. So I think what the architecture in this country under the leadership of the humanitarian coordinator who spoke this morning, but also from the humanitarian country team, has been to try to find entry points for not only the new actors, but also for old actors who have maybe changed their roles a little bit, both for UN and national NGOs and international NGOs. And some of those entry points, I think, is a way of bringing on board, especially national actors. Now, firstly, at the strategic level, the HCT, the humanitarian country team, which is led by the humanitarian coordinator, is, from my experience in many other countries, has more national and international NGOs on it than I have ever seen before. I think this is excellent because this is where the strategic decision-making and the strategic setting of priorities is discussed. The more voices we have there from the national organizations, the better. And the ones who are on there, they are very vocal. So they are very good representatives of the Ukrainian voluntary and NGO community, I would say. And this is where it kind of starts, right? You set the priorities for where the humanitarian response should go, which, of course, as I mentioned, is a complement to the government processes and systems and plans that are in place. Now, secondly, the clusters, they obviously welcome membership from all humanitarian actors, small, large, international, and national. And this, I think, is where some of the smaller civil society and humanitarian organizations can have a voice, because they have that happens both at the national but also at the subnational level. And of course, a lot of civil society and voluntary organizations don't operate at the national level, understandably. So there's a subnational rollout system where there can be voices where you can have your voices heard. Some clusters also have co-coordinators, both national but also international NGOs. Most of these are mostly at the more subnational level, understandably. And this is critical because, again, this is where, and we heard that from someone this morning, where the standard settings need to be Ukraine-specific. Be it what goes into a food box, be it what kind of material people need in a shelter kit. That kind of understanding of the needs that Ukrainian organizations have, that can be processed and that can be influenced through participation in the clusters. So I think it's an important role, or an important that can be found. Now, this is also where I'd like to see a bit of improvement, because while we have seen more and more participation of national NGOs and national organizations, it'd be great to see more leadership and taking the space. I even discussed here earlier today with someone about how national NGOs can make more demands to be part of the decision making, be it for the Ukraine Humanitarian Fund or be it for within the clusters. And I think that is a great role to see them take going forward. Now, a third entry point for participation in the more formal coordination structure is through the oblast level general coordination meetings. These are co-led by the government themselves, by the local authorities, so they're not necessarily an international architecture forum, so they are in themselves Ukraine-specific. They are co-chaired by the local authorities, and they are an opportunity, I think, for actors at the more local level, or at least at the oblast level, but also there's a lot of Harmada participation, to influence and to speak up and to explain what they feel the needs and the priorities are. So that's another opportunity where I think the traditional humanitarian architecture has opened up and tried to be a bit more Ukraine-specific. Now, however, so while the process of enhancing local partnership is all about being part of a decision-making, being more inclusive, and that's what the coordination, the traditional architecture is trying to encourage. It does require money, and it therefore comes back to funding, which very often these conversations are about funding. So I'm very pleased to see that only one panel is about funding today, and the other panels are more about the leadership and the coordination mechanism. But it does cost money, and that is clear. So I'm not going to go into what OCHA and the Humanitarian Fund is doing in Ukraine, because we have a panel this afternoon, and David from my office is part of that. But I think that just to make sure that everybody, because maybe not everybody stays the whole day, is aware that there is an ability to influence in the Humanitarian Fund in terms of participation in the advisory board. Now, David will speak more about it this afternoon, but one of the things that the Humanitarian Fund has done to try to help national NGOs and local voluntary organizations to have more of a voice is to simplify processes. One of the reasons that the pooled fund is doing this, or the UHF is doing this, is because the national representatives on the advisory board has requested the UHF to do that. So this is a practical example of where the voices from Ukrainian organizations participating in the international structure, in the international architecture, has actually had a positive outcome from enhancing local partnership or localization. Now, in terms of alternative approaches, to be honest, Ukraine is on when anyone talks about new models of coordination, everybody looks to Ukraine globally. So I think that is partly thanks to the hard work of the people in this room and all of your colleagues of having pushed the agenda, which means that even though this large-scale response is only 2 years old, the world is already looking at Ukraine. I think that speaks volume for what is being done. But it also gives us a huge opportunity to drive globally how the coordination system or the architecture with the clusters adjust and adapt going forward, because everybody is looking at us. But as you heard the humanitarian coordinator say this morning, this is not an easy feat, because it does require someone to give up something, be it funding, be it the leadership role, be it, so to say, power. So it's a tough ask, but it's something that this group and you and your colleagues, you're making that demand, and that is being heard. And that's, I think, is why we also have a lot of donor colleagues in the room today. So I think that's great. Now, one thing that is obviously fairly specific about Ukraine, that is the incredible size of this response and the scale of this response, not only in terms of the needs, but also in terms of the number of partners that are operating, both in the humanitarian and the non-humanitarian field, right? So I think it's important to recognize that there's a lot of players at scale and in this room with different mandates and different work. And that means that the traditional coordination structure is not necessarily fit for purpose, especially not because it's quite centralized. So recognizing this, the humanitarian country team has established a task force that is obviously includes a lot of national actors. Many of you are in the room today, which is working to come up with a Ukraine-specific way of doing coordination at the area level. So area-based coordination, which is one of these other big words that has no definition, but we will make our own definition, and it will need to be Ukraine-specific. The idea is to provide better linkages between the traditional architecture with various subnational mechanisms in place that's already there. But I want to highlight that while this task force is working, things are obviously happening, because it's in recognition of the fact that every oblast, every rayon, every harmada, every settlement is different. And the response is ongoing by all of you and by a lot of us. It's not like anyone is sitting on the fence waiting for a new model. So, things are happening as we speak. And I just want to highlight two examples of what is happening. I know there's a lot more going on, but just two very clear examples that shows how coordination structures are being locally driven. One is, I think, is in Kherson, where a very impressive international NGO, Nonviolent Peace Force, has worked with CSO and voluntary organizations in Kherson to set up a voluntary hub. Here, there's a lot of practical support or practical items being provided in support, but it is also bringing together voluntary organization in a coordination structure, in a coordination mechanism. And there are linkages with the more formal mechanisms with this particular body. Also, in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia, the Relief Coordination Center does something similar. They bring together smaller, voluntary, local organization, provides them with support, but they're also facilitating their working together. Now that, to me, is coordination in the making, and that is basically locally driven coordination mechanism. And it is our job from the traditional architecture to make sure there are bridges. That is not that's not something we need to demand from the local actors to do, but it's our responsibility to reach out to make sure that that builds. So I think in summary, there are huge opportunities in Ukraine to build on a lot of these initiatives that are happening already, and to make sure that they are not only made Ukraine specific and that we all benefit for it, so that we can reach the people who are most vulnerable with humanitarian assistance. But it is also something for us to teach the rest of the world on how it can be done. Now, I think, considering that we've gone from 200 to 450 participants in this meeting from one year to the other, it shows so much what can be done, and that the sky is really the limit. And I think that's obviously because of the leadership of those of you in the room. But it goes beyond humanitarian. It goes into recovery, human rights, advocacy, longer-term development. And I think that's what makes this alliance so strong, because it is in itself a bridge and a transition from humanitarian to recovery, which, Ilya, you asked about before. So I think this in itself is an evidence of that. So, yeah. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Sarah, thank you so much for that thoughtful response. And I think it's particularly powerful that you've acknowledged that the obligation, the responsibility really does have to start with the international system to build bridges to what already exists in the Ukrainian side, that can't all just sit with the Ukrainian leaders to come to the international system, but really the international system needs to be exploring those ways to build those bridges and make those adaptations. And I think it is really powerful to think of Ukraine as a sort of a laboratory for trying some new things that, if they're successful, then could become a model for what can be done globally. And that's a really powerful opportunity. I want to pose a similar question to Joanna. Sarah has talked about how that looks from the perspective of the international, kind of the UN-led architecture. How does that look from the perspective of NGOs and NGO partnerships, and how are NGOs who work all around the world coordinating with their Ukrainian counterparts, and what are some of the opportunities, both best practices, but also some of the opportunities to take advantage of this experimentation opportunity that we have here, this laboratory that we have here in Ukraine, to pioneer some different models of how we can work together?
Thanks, Jeremy, and thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. I represent the humanitarian NGO platform. Obviously, we have a humanitarian mandate, so I'll focus more on that side, but also to clarify that I will speak on behalf of our almost 100 members, both international and Ukrainian NGOs. And so I think that what we've seen in Ukraine is, also a perfectly natural kind of development. At a very, the more local you go, obviously, as as actors that are delivering humanitarian aid, you'll be looking to connect to local authorities, to your peers, to other actors, to volunteers that are working in the same area, and hence the kind of organic development, as Sarah was talking about the area level kind of coordination that has grown here on its own. But I think there's a lot of opportunity there's a need to link the two together, and I think that's where the work of the task force that was mentioned before, but I think looking at making sure that there's also dedicated leadership that will take that step to link up. I agree that it's not on the locally led coordination structures wherever they are to make sure that they link up to the international one. But I think in both cases, for things to work and for those bridges to be built and for the communication to work between the different entities and structures that exist, you need to have someone that takes the lead and that is responsible for it, that you can reach out to as an actor and feed information and make sure it is passed on. And I think that is something that we need to be looking at how to do that. And maybe that is the local authority in one location, while in another one it's a local CSO or an NGO or so. And again, it doesn't have to be the same everywhere, and I don't think that will be the case. So. But this decentralized structure, I think, is key, and in the end, it's the local communities that we need to be listening to. So obviously, the structure needs to be decentralized, it's important, I think, for the international architecture and structure not to obviously undermine the local efforts that are there. And I'm not saying that they are, but I think that there's still a lot of opportunity to make sure that everything is at least bilingual, if not purely in Ukrainian, to make sure that it is accessible to everyone. And human resources are also needed to actually make sure that this works. And again, that goes back to the funding that Sarah was also talking about, because coordinating requires a lot of effort, and it's not only on the ones leading that process, but everyone that is responding to actually input into it for it to actually work. Also just wanted to mention on the opportunity for NGOs and to be part of the also international structure and co-lead clusters at a subnational level and everything, and for local organizations to do the same. Completely agree, and there's a lot of opportunity there. But one thing that I think organizations face, and it's both on the international and on the Ukrainian side, is a power dynamic that does exist. You're working obviously with experts that are familiar with the international system and the lingo and everything, and that can be intimidating, and that's not easy to engage with. And so I think it's very important also from the leadership on the international side to recognize that and to make sure that the space is made accessible to everyone. And then again, it's also a matter of ensuring that also local NGOs, CSOs, national NGOs have access to the funding needed to actually have a person that could take up this responsibility, because it's also not something necessarily that you just do on the side. It's actually needs to be often a dedicated role. I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Дуже дякую колегам. Thank you, colleagues. My question regarding the time for the moderators. If you have anyone from the audience, some 10 minutes. Right. I will ask one more short question for our colleagues, but please very quick so that we can hear more questions from the audience. My question, I'll start from Victoria. Dina in particular. It's interesting because we've heard how the coordination happens in UN. In different organizations, we've heard that on the regional level there's coordination, that the state also asks for support from civil society organizations. What is happening locally? What kind of coordination exists there, and how to improve the participation of civil society organizations in the architecture, that additional auxiliary architecture, and coordinating locally, where the smallest civil society organizations work. So your vision. So to you and then Dina.
I think the answer is pretty simple. You have to take on this responsibility, and if you want to align this coordination in places, local governance and local authorities are not doing that, then I recommend you to spearhead this process and start working here using all of the best experiences and practices which are operational in Ukraine. And it seems to me also at this time when we want to get integrated in the UN, we try to approximate our legislation to that, try to apply the best European experience in this respect. And if you are proactive here, you will be a success and you will be able to eliminate all of the obstacles which may appear in your way. Thank you for the question. Let me add by saying that coordinating in places is something that we are happy with. I mean, the way that it's taking place right now, we have the experience in Kharkiv and Kherson region, where we are engaged in chat bots and discussions with different organizations who are sharing about different opportunities presented to them by their beneficiaries. And it seems like things are working. This self-organization of people is operational. We speak a lot about someone as human leadership, but in places, people get coordinated themselves in these complicated systems. People get self-organized, and so the needs of beneficiaries get met. That's point one. Secondly, another example to give, I said that we are working also in temporarily occupied territories. And here is an interesting comment to make. This is a paradoxical thing, that in the occupied territories, non-government-controlled territories, we try to work as much as we can with the local authorities. However, in the occupied territories, we need to hide as much as we can so that local authorities know nothing about us. And this also works everywhere where we operate. In the temporarily occupied territories, de-occupied territories. That's the second point. And very briefly about point 3 to make. The threshold of entry into these clusters as of now is pretty high. And that's due to a rather sophisticated, complex system of these clusters. We know that this is something which is historic, it's a given, but as a representative of my organization, which in 2022 tried to figure it out, how and what things were working, just an illustration to give you. We work in evacuation. There's a cluster. It's a protection cluster, as we understand right now. Time has passed. We had to delve deeper into all of these things, and it took some time. So qualitative information would definitely help a lot and enable local organizations to work more frankly. Thank you. So give you a round of applause to our panelists. Now, Mila, please, I'm giving the mic to you. So if there are any questions in our hall from our members of the audience, you're welcome to raise your hands and we'll be coming to you with a microphone. Good afternoon. It's a request rather than a question to make. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a request rather than a question, if I may. My name is Eleonora Kolcher. I'm from Transcarpathian region of Ukraine, the city of Uzhhorod. I'm here to represent Roma community and Roma ethnicity. My regard is to make sure that Roma leaders and Roma community is to be represented at different platforms. Regrettably, we don't get to see any involvement of Roma organizations and Roma leaders to develop any strategies or even for humanitarian area. Would you be so kind as to get us involved likewise, because our ethnicity, Roma people, are one of the most vulnerable groups that has lived through a great deal of discrimination even during the war. So would you kindly start trusting us? Place your trust in us, because we have grown to the level where we can embrace these opportunities to become leaders and to get projects directly and implement them. So our work is conspicuous. So just open your eyes to see us. Thank you. Ms. Uliana, I would immediately like to make a proposal to Ms. Eleonora. The Ministry of Social Policy right now is developing its concept of social support and different kinds of programs which is to do with that, different challenges, especially the ones that will have to be met in the post-war period. So would you kindly leave your contact details with us, with the organizers, and we will definitely reach out to you. I would also like to say that yesterday you were at our event concerning the development of the localization strategy, and you have also contributed a lot to this project, so thanks a lot for your contribution. I would like to thank you for being invited, and yesterday I was honored to be in that working meeting yesterday to develop this extremely important strategy, this working roadmap for this humanitarian response. Thank you very, very much indeed. Then I'm on to the audience. Good afternoon. My name is Volodymyr Shvets from Zaporizhia region. We are providers of social services. My question is to Ms. Uliana. How should we encourage governmental institutions to fund us? Because in Zaporizhia region, there are no contests for social orders. And secondly, something that this scheme is based on is identifying the needs of local communities. Everything was done until recently based on old documentation. This year, no such organizational things have been conducted. So what is the short-term prospect of research to study the needs of communities? Who will cover the expenses for this research? Thank you. I'll answer in a nutshell. First of all, social area is very much decentralized, unlike many others. And here we have direct deliverables of this reform. A lot of the taxes have been forwarded to the local budgets. And together with that, they are supposed to organize meeting social needs at local levels. Right now, we are engaged in a very complicated dialogue locally, and regrettably, this is pouring out into very poor results for specific people in very specific situations. However, we very much hope that with the help of state budget, we can incentivize local communities to contribute to covering the needs of social needs of the local communities. The fantastic experience is that of Vinnytsia region. They are trying to cover the expense of inclusion needs of local children, and also they support a lot the programs in order to help the new arrivals in these communities. So you see, the communities are moving slowly but surely. They're making their steps, And here is an appeal with the international organizations, because these international organizations most of the time want to get the appeal of the states. So we would like to enhance this dialogue for you to reply in an amplified way to what the government has to say in very specific ways. For example, all of the communities would have to do the assessments of local needs in order to understand how to pursue recovery, as well as reconstruction of the country and tackling the needs in the post-war period. And here it would be great if the local governments could do that when local budgets have no sufficient funding, so international donors could be very much needed. Here we are ready to provide all of the support needed, that is to say, to kick in with all of these processes, and I'm ready myself to take part in the planning of this work so that every community has an access to this needs assessment in order to provide for funding the delivery of social services. So we need to unite all of the resources available. And another big regard to all of the CSOs and NGOs which can see the request to get more consultations from the Ministry of Social Policies concerning how you can get involved in these funding programs. If you don't know how to do it on your own, please reach out to us and we will be helping you to understand how you can help us best. Questions on the left and on the right? We have little time left. You've spoken about engagement and involvement. I am ready to get involved. I'm ready to participate. I would like to set up the social partnership at the regional level. It's a sports rehabilitation center that I'm thinking of, and then take it up to the international level, if I may. Thank you. That's all. Good afternoon. My name is Svetoslav, the informational analytical publication. I have a degree in human rights. Ms. Ulana, the question goes to you. Our organization would gladly like to help a few communities. At the same time, we know that territorial communities have their own strategies and progress of development, social, cultural developments, etc. But we don't want to enter these communities and cover some gaps artificially. There was this period in our operations, and we would like to depart from that. Instead, we would like to work in a holistic, comprehensive way with communities, and for that, we need to understand that certain projects that we have to offer in order to cover the gaps in these local communities in the short perspective will have to have a guarantee of being implemented. Is there a mechanism to implement our financial and project expert professional assistance to be rendered to communities, but not memoranda, not agreements or treaties? Something that tangibly would allow us to get budgeting, not only from international partners, because you know that this assistance will sooner or later run out, but from the executive authorities at the governmental level. Thank you. Yes. Indubitably, it is possible to take care of that, and the mechanism of social order has already been developed, and it's rather rigorous. A lot of communities pursue this way. When from the local communities, it's possible to order social services and get the funding for that for CSOs and NGOs. I mean that the implementers of these projects will be CSOs and NGOs. By the way, numerous communities, of course, we're not talking about CSOs or NGOs, but still it's relevant. A lot of communities order these services via Prozoro system, and this is the space for social partnerships when they can also get involved in this process. Now we are trying out Model 3, which is the model to acquire social services. We understand that we need to depart from the system when per one social care servant, we dump on this one social care servant all of the possible and impossible things that these people burn out and they just resign. So we want to end up with a situation when every social service has its own costing, and based on that, the commissioning process will take place. So the procurement of these services needs to be done at the central level, just as it was done in its day for the healthcare sector. So we want to cascade this model all the way down to the level of communities so that they can involve procurers, respective organizations to procure these services. But this is a huge challenge for Ukraine. We have to develop the market of social services because that system that we have, of course, they're champions and it's commendable everything that they do, but it's insufficient. This is the need that we are faced with. Thank you very much. So, dear friends, we need to close this Q&A session. Our time is up. Oh, one more question then, and it's lunchtime. And there you will have ample opportunities to network with the people that are of your concern or interest to you. Hello, my name is Alexei Kimen. I come from a Spilnota NGO organization in Kharkiv city. We didn't have any questions to international organizations. I have one, something that I'm deeply concerned with, because I had to study international aid and assistance and knew that's not something that we have represented in Ukraine, and I had to go through all of the resources, UN partners, and all of these things I had to study myself. But my question is, today you've been speaking about leadership, looking for leaders in local regions, and my question is, what is the specific process, steps to find local leaders that international organizations see for themselves? Do you have any specific requirements to leaders in the regions? And do you have a roadmap to work with such leaders? If so, based on what resources, where on the internet or where else could I obtain the information about that? Because I'm interested in such opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So when you say leaders, I assume leaders to take up coordination and be involved actively in the international coordination architecture. I mean, I would think that there's, like our colleague was saying, a lot is up to what is happening right now is organizations taking initiative and bringing others together to actually coordinate and to work together. And then, seeking out others that want to join and partner. And so I think that is at a very local level, that is currently what is happening. And I think the aim of what we were talking about was as well to see how can that be a little bit more structured and clearer to everyone, that if my organization wants to be involved and coordinate, where do I go and who do I reach out to? And I can agree that right now might not be 100% clear or even communicated clearly, because it's at a local level, it's happening very organically and often also in cooperation with local authorities. Also, for those that partner with international NGOs, I would say that is also another way to reach out to them around, we want to be more involved in the coordination architecture, even want to take up some form of leadership role. How can you help us do that? Capacity strengthening or even, mentorship is something that a lot of organizations work with. So asking and requesting that from your partner organization to support you to do that. That would be my advice.
Yeah, maybe not too much to add to what Joanna said, but I think one of the key things is, and this is where it becomes a locally led response, is where local leaders who are maybe bigger, more experienced, and I think we heard someone speak about that earlier today, cannot take on a mentorship role of the smaller or newer organizations to help them build as far as they want. Not everybody wants to become a big organization and a leader, and some want to operate at the local level, at the community level, which is obviously an important role as well. But I think that there is a role of, or there's a space for this kind of mentoring, helping to grow together, where leaders get identified, yes, kind of organically, because it's not like there's a website looking for organizations who want to take the lead in certain areas. It is more organic, and it comes from partnerships, and it comes from working together and knowing each other. So I think it is about being involved, and then that involvement growing with time.
Дякую.
Тоді, сумуючи,
Thank you very much. Then in summary, I think let us wrap up this panel discussion. And I would like to make my point and say, yes, there's a lot to be said about humanitarian response. A lot has been said about social order, social service delivery, getting coordinated locally and at the national level. We see that the architecture is there. This architecture is communicating within itself, but I very much liked what Sarah said in her intervention. If there is this imbalance, you need to find your own niche, your own place, communicate better in order to demonstrate where you are, reach out to the public sector, communicate more, don't be afraid to take up your place in this coordination. Fear not to be an opinion leader, and to be a leader within your respective community, area, region, or at the national level. I think basically we can sum up it all like this. Thanks to all. Thank you very much. Now it's a lunch break. At 14:50, would you kindly be back here? 14:15. This is the time when we will see the discussions to continue. I would like to thank our fantastic panelists. Enjoy your lunch.
I want to have a photo. Там всі закапують.
Так.
Я сейчас только заметила, у меня на застенке.
I liked it when everyone was really kept it. It's all a bit intimate there.
We have to. No, we haven't. Now is a good time.
Now is a good time.
No. Are you going to sing for
Ні, я спробувала. Ваші контакти мені передали.
Thank you very much.
Так, я вам за це. Добре. Ми маємо там трошки в невеличку чергу за каву.
So People are still lining up for coffee, but we should begin to at least set an example. So I pass this space to our moderators. So this is your space now. Hello, everyone. Happy to see you all here on this panel. I'm Lesio Hrisko. I'm deputy head of the USAID project to support civil society, sectoral support of civil society, ESR Jednania, which is a famous organization that does supporting the capacity of civil society and supporting organizations that advocate localization of international assistance in Ukraine. So we're going to be talking about funding, financial opportunities, and capability of Ukrainian civil society sector to localization. I think everybody understands that when we talk about localization, we talk about two things. On one hand is readiness of our international partners to transition to new methods and tools of implementation of their projects in different countries. On the other hand, we're talking about capacity of organizations and businesses to get involved, and so taking more responsibility and absorbing more financial resources. So at the end of this discussion, I would like us all to have a clear understanding about the plans of our international partners in terms of localization, to how serious they are about going into these global trends actually, and on the other hand, to understand how our sector is ready as a third civilian sector and Ukrainian businesses. I will be moderating with my friend Pavel, so the floor is yours.
From Humanitarian Leadership Academy, which is a little plug here, organization focusing on capacity and leadership strengthening, working with local organizations across the globe. And here in Ukraine, we work with and via Save the Children Ukraine. So if you have any questions on our work, please approach one of my colleagues from Save the Children Ukraine. And there's also a breakout room next after this session, where the country director for Save the Children Ukraine, Sonia Kushis, is one of the panelists as well. So you can approach her later as well about the work that we do within the Ukraine context. And I would like to start introducing our panelists here. So starting with David. David is currently the pooled fund manager for the OCHA-managed Ukraine Humanitarian Fund. He has also previously managed the OCHA country-based pooled funds in Iraq and Syria, and worked as a country director for a number of NGOs, including NRC and CARE International. And next to David, we have Charlie Woolley, is the head of humanitarian for the British Embassy in Kyiv, having worked in the humanitarian emergencies in the Middle East and formerly leading UK engagement with UN agencies in headquarters. Charlie was also based in Ukraine in 2015 and 16, working as a political second secretary.
Я представлю наших українських спікерів.
And I'll present our Ukrainian speakers. Close to me, there is Daria Rybachenko, head of the National Network of Local Philanthropy. It's the umbrella of 15 different organizations from all over Ukraine. Daria, from 2016, has been working with non-governmental sector in Ukraine. In 2023, she did internship in City University Euro. Close to Danya is Igor Litsky, who is the head of and the founder of the FE Group Supervisory Board and co-founder of Ukrainian Institute of the Future. Igor is also an investor who has been engaging Ukrainian and foreign investments in different sectors of the Ukrainian economy. Close to Igor, there's Alexander Khalkin, president of charity fund Pravo na Zakhyst, R2P. It's a humanitarian and developmental organization that protects the people in conflicts, catastrophes, forced immigration, and makes possible systemic changes that prevent such situation. Alexander, working in the sector more than 20 years as a representative of international organizations and also Ukrainian civil society. Our discussion, or our ambition, is to build a lively discussion here
So we'll hope that your answers will be short, concise. There will be a certain number of questions from us, and we'll build our communication. Pavel, you have the floor.
Thanks, let's yeah. So we talked before that in the previous panels, how unique the Ukrainian response is, and then all eyes on Ukraine in terms of how we challenge the system, how we build a different system based on the lessons learned from the Ukraine response. We also know that the Ukraine response and the region received unmatched funding, haven't seen from tsunami a very long time ago. So we have obviously great opportunities with this funding as well. And the question is, have we used it well? So I think that's talking about uniqueness. So I have a question for you. I think my mic has died. Okay, is it back? Did we good? Yes, okay, it's back. How is the Ukraine response different to any other supported by the FCDO in terms of advancing localization? What are the successes you are most proud of, and what do you think didn't go that well?
All right, okay, I'm doing this right. I normally get it wrong with microphones. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to say that localization forms part of a sort of raft of reforms that the humanitarian sector's been talking about for what feels like forever. Like, we talk about the fact that we need to do more cash, we need to do more localization. But for me, it's always been one of the ones where I felt that the rhetoric didn't match the action. And I sort of didn't always feel that donors really meant it. You know, like, we promised to ask for less reporting, but really what we want, yeah, I think it's back. What we really love is lots of reporting. But what I would say, Ukraine has converted me, my team has converted me, what I've seen here has really converted me, because I don't think there's ever been an opportunity to do it this well. The huge capability of CSOs here, the sort of drive and desire to do it, but that drive and desire isn't just coming from the bottom, it's coming from multiple directions. And it needs to be channeled, but, you know, in no other context have I ever had the ambassador say to me, can we do localization by default? Can we make it the first thing that we do? That we only don't do it if we absolutely can't do it. Now, I love that ambition, but it's not just coming from him. We've recently had our regulatory body that looks at our aid effectiveness, and they've said, you need to do a lot more localization. We want you to do a lot more localization. And we all recognize that it's really important that we do it here, partly because it will prove that it can be done, which then can have a global application. And I don't think it's any secret that the international humanitarian system is under enormous strain. The reality is that there isn't enough money to sort of go around. So if we do localization really well, we make the limited amount of funds work much, much harder. But within Ukraine, this is about future-proofing. It's also about doing the job really, really well. We cannot do this without you. You are the people who are reaching the furthest. And you're entirely right. Somebody referenced a letter that went out about, like, you know, do it now. I can't quite remember the title, but I remember that letter coming out and being like, well said. Like, because, you know, we need to be challenged on our assumptions. We need to be challenged on our bias, and you are the people who know your country best and you know how best to deliver and be effective in this. So I've sort of talked about what I'm proud of, which is really about the scale of advocacy within my own system. My team push all the time about how can we do this, and, you know, sort of practical things to get around our own constraints. I'm proud of where we started to go with this, and again, like, I'm going to sort of congratulate my team on this, because what they've done is not gone, I've done this in somewhere else and therefore I think this will work. That's always part of it. They've gone, there's this amazing baseline study. Let's take that and what it tells us and push ourselves further, and, you know, have this proper partnership with people that's not just sort of like the missionary style aid working, where we set a strategy for what we think needs to happen and then we go out and say, now you deliver what we think needs to happen. It needs to be more of that two-way communication, which I've seen really sort of come forward, of you telling us what is needed and us listening. Still more of a cultural shift to come on that. In terms of less well, it's slow. It's slower than we want it to be. We've got some really long-standing rules and standards for our compliance, and that's really, really hard for us and for you guys. You know, it's a lot for us to manage. It's even more for you guys to take on board. And we've also been managing the challenge of our own growth. Like, it's no great secret that the UK did not have a big humanitarian operation here before the full-scale invasion. it is now one of our biggest in the world. And we've had to sort of build up a lot of our internal systems to...
Could you please microphone closer? It's very hard to hear. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a bit shy with microphones. But yeah, we're managing the challenge of our own growth. But I do think there are ways to help us to do better. And I think some of that is about advocacy at all levels. The bottom up is really important. This should be Ukrainian-led. It should be coming from here. But a small shift in the way that we fund in our rules can be really transformational. So challenge our assumptions here, but also challenge them at all levels. And I think the Alliance can be really powerful at that, about taking that advocacy into, forums like the senior officials meeting, but also into Geneva, into New York, into our capitals. So do keep pushing us there. And I think I'll stop there.
Thanks for this, Charlotte. So UHF has been mentioned quite a lot as well. And David, can you tell us more about the UHF? Local pool funds are not unique to Ukraine, but from your perspective, is there anything that sets UHF apart from other pool funds that you're aware of?
Thanks very much. This is a new question. So, yes, I mean, firstly to say that at the conference last year was when it was first discussed that we should be having more varied, a greater number of pool funds here in Ukraine, and I think that's absolutely right. OCHA has definitely supported that, and we're working with, and together with some of the new funds that are being set up. IOM's got a fund, and there's the START fund that's joining up, so we've been collaborating. I think there's kind of positive and negative aspects to what sets us apart. On the positive aspect, I think on the plus side, there is the UN is a massive machine, and we have a lot of influence. We have a headquarters both in Geneva and in New York. There's donor representatives at the headquarters, so we have a lot of influence there, particularly with donors. And a lot of what we've been talking about today in terms of localization is how the donor community needs to adapt and change some of its policies, make some of its procedures more simpler and more contextualized, should I say, to the Ukraine context. So I think the OCHA managed pool fund is able to support that, particularly with, and as Charlotte's been talking about, the advocacy there with donors. That's really critical. Where we are not so good, so perhaps on the difference that's a bit negative, I guess, would be, and is our scale. And we have done a lot, I think, in Ukraine over the last, the UHF over the last year or so, to be able to target the non-traditional, the smaller CSOs, the volunteer organizations, etc. We've done that in a couple of different ways. We've been doing that through some of our larger implementing partners, both national and international, so through indirect funding linked with capacity building. And we're now piloting a contextualized or simplified capacity assessment tool so that we can target those CSOs, particularly, I guess, the ones along the front lines, but the smaller organizations, with direct funding. But there's only so much that we can do in that regard, because we are quite a bureaucratic fund, I guess, and managing a huge amount of smaller contracts is difficult for us. It would require us to really scale up the number of people in the team and build the team. And obviously with that, there's an extra, that's an additional cost. So there's about a cost effectiveness issue there as well. Is it really cost effective for the UHF to manage hundreds of smaller grants, or is that better actually for some of the smaller and newer funds that are being established? And I think they are much better placed to fund. So we can do a little bit in that regard, but we would certainly, encourage some of the newer funds to be working much more with the CSOs that we can't necessarily reach.
Thanks, David. And it was interesting as well when we had USAID before, where I think there was acceptance of status quo as well. It seemed like, this is how we work. We work with international organizations, and they can cascade the work and work through and with local organizations So I wonder with UHF, how much, or the UN in general, do you know how much of UN funding went directly to local organizations?
Sure. Yes. So in total, and I've got it written down here because I knew you were going to ask me this. So in total, 31% went both direct and indirect to the local organizations. That's around 57 million was direct and indirect. Directly, we allocated 36 million. So it's still a large amount. And I'd like to kind of make a point here that a lot is made of direct funding and the importance of direct funding. And it's almost, if you mention indirect funding, people are like, oh, well, that's not good enough. But actually there is, there's value from both types of funding for the national NGOs. We have increased the amount that we give directly, and that enables national NGOs to be more sustainable. The funding tends to be a little bit more flexible, and I think that's obviously a good thing. But the added value of some of the indirect funding that we provide, it's provided through other national NGOs as well, or it's provided through international NGOs, and that comes with capacity building, and it comes with partnership. And I think funding that is given through a partnership modality and strengthening partnerships is just as valuable, and in some ways more valuable sometimes than direct funding, because as we've heard earlier on from other panels, there is a critical need and a need here to build capacity. So, and if you're giving the funding directly, you're not as much engaged in that. But with partners like MP, with Caritas, they're channeling our funding, but they're also providing incredible services in terms of capacity building and other support to civil society. So for me personally, I think there's value for both direct and indirect funding.
Ні? Зараз почутно. Говорячи про гроші,
Talking about funds, we absolutely must include our discussion prospects for business. Igor, the question to you then. So, response of the private sector to the war, the large-scale invasion, it was unprecedented. And not only Ukrainian businesses, but international businesses as well. And I think the UN data said that in terms of mobilizing all the private capital, it was unprecedented in size. So what do you think? What is unique in it? Why businesses responded to that, both Ukrainian and international? And how, we won't be holding these indicators, but at least that involvement of how the businesses respond. Thank you for the question and for the invitation, of course. So, indeed, businesses has played a key role in successful response in the first months of war. And often they were replacing the state structures because nobody was prepared for this. And one of such big inputs in this resilience is horizontal connections to businesses with the armed forces of Ukraine, with local authorities, with the state, and between themselves. So I don't want to show all these examples when really this kind of organization provided the opportunity to survive. Because what businesses are capable of doing is deciding quickly and well in a good structure. So in the first days and months, it played a key role. So I'll just say a couple of good aspects. And I have to say it from the businesses in this conference. As a representative of businesses, there are not many here, but I should add some more structure, some systemic character of work, and bring more efficacy in this, because it's a very important aspect. Sometimes it's hard to calculate or compare in civil society sector what's more effective, to invest money here, or so how do you compare them between each other? And sometimes even these business approaches, the benchmarking or estimates of the effectiveness or the system of KPI or comparison, they're so important that businesses can really have good lessons here and serve as an example. But coming back to what's still missing, I think it's a lot of businesses live in their bubble, while some civil society organizations or charity organizations, they live in a different bubble, in their bubble. And I think that's not effective, and that it's a challenge, because first, the businesses that exist now, they are already resilient, they are patriotic, and they are the businesses that are aimed at real impact, at creating, and they have a right to be involved in building the real effective society. So the level of trust, it has to be deepened, and we have to learn to communicate better. As a representative of business community, I can say that about 80% of businesses, they don't communicate with charity organizations. They don't talk. They don't know how to cooperate with them. Sometimes they don't trust them. They feel like this is some kind of waste of money and time. So on one hand, there should be a step towards businesses from civil society, from charity organizations, who have to explain why they are there, what they can bring to the table, and most importantly, how businesses can be engaged in that. So it can be a contract where a business can be much more effective in organizing some work. Sometimes businesses can be initiators, but they don't know who's dealing with what, whom to address, with whom to build partnership. And last story, businesses have to also meet them halfway. So in this cooperation, this is where we can hope to increase efficacy. Often I hear problems that sometimes charity organizations are aimed at cooperating only with the state. And I think that's a problem. I'm sure that the capacity of some public institutions are not capable of giving you results, unlike businesses. And what's missing there, and you mentioned that already, in this triangle between business, charity funds, and organizations, there have to be a fourth point, local authorities or local community, because businesses, like no one else, understands that they are on this territory, that here are the employees living. They're more organized, and they're sometimes much better in organizing and mobilizing people. And Ukrainian businesses are much more conscious of the development of their community and their territories. And I think this is another potential growth potential. Thank you for this, Igor. I agree that we are sitting in our bubbles, and Ukrainian context is not unique in this. In engagement of business in humanitarian response is as a relatively new trend in these operations, but I think Ukraine provides a lot of interesting cases, especially in these 2 or 3 years, in terms of how these partnerships can be built. And this panel discussion specifically is built in such a way that these bubbles mix a little bit. So next, philanthropic question. Could you tell us about your company, which is Give Power to Ukrainian NGOs? Could you tell us a little more about it and what kind of results you already have in this company?
In fact, this initiative emerged probably immediately several months into the full-scale invasion when we started talking and had been trying to involve different resources and attract humanitarian response to the needs. We are an umbrella organization. We have some 15 organizations united. We began to speak about needs and communicate them to international organizations and donors, but there was a lot of resistance, like we cannot do that, it's not our scope of work, it's not within our policies. And probably the final point, the full stop thing was for me when I came to realize that localization does need to take place here and now. After one of the towns was shelled where our foundation is operational, and there were 100 people affected and many houses lost their roofing as a result of the shelling. This was on the day of the independence, after the full-scale invasion, the first day of independence, and I began to call different partners where I knew that they had some carpeting in their warehouses, and I began to ask them, you see, there are 100 houses with their addresses and everything where the floors and everything is damaged, and they said, we need to research into that. We need to go to the field and to see whether everything is okay. We can provide you with photographs, we said. We can send you all of the photographs with these 100 damaged buildings. And they said no. 1 month later, they called me again and they asked me whether we had dealt with our problem. And then I once again came to realize that the system was misfunctional to accommodate people's needs and to handle the humanitarian issues that we were faced with. And in August that year, we published a letter to international organizations and donors. If not now, then when? And you can find it on the website. Right now, I'm not going to dwell on that, but once we were writing that, I wasn't feeling it that acutely as I'm feeling it now, because I have lived so much through during these 2 years, because it was just a couple of months of experience back then as we were writing that. It's hard to say what this initiative has resulted in so far for the whole sector, because we were not the only ones. We have always been together with Caritas, the Red Cross and Crescent Organization, RTP. Lots of other organizations were beginning to vocalize their ideas concerning localization. Multiple international organizations were coming to Ukraine speaking about localization. So saying what our initiative has contributed to that, I don't think it's possible, but a lot has changed during these 2 years. And the first thing that has is that the dialogue has been initiated. Because when we got that letter published, I remember going to all of our partners, everyone that knew us at that time, but they wouldn't come to us. We did go to them. So we contributed additional knowledge on behalf of the organizations who probably are not as vocal on the national level, who cannot stand up for themselves. And they began to take heed of these initiatives. I suppose this was one of the changes, has become one of the changes. We have definitely got involved in the creation of the Alliance. We have been fully supportive of this initiative, and we keep supporting other initiatives concerning localization, like Philanthropy of Ukraine platform, to verify different organizations. We also have places like a place of meetings where we bring different donor NGOs and local organizations in order to provide these linkages, this nexus between them, where in the first place we speak as people and in the second place as organizations. Because it seems to me that when we speak and look at the system, we catch ourselves thinking about the size of the organizations, how we can reach out to someone or something else. But first and foremost, we are people, men and women, who have to talk to other people. And organizations follow us. That's something that we promote, this humane attitude to things, empathy in our activities. Therefore, that's all from me briefly. And I think I will talk about that a bit more as we go on.
area a little more as well. You mentioned like some work that you do, which is obviously very impressive, and I think just want to tell you that the letter that you initiated had huge following as well in Poland as well. I know that after seeing your letter, I know Polish NGOs wrote similar letter to international organizations, like very much inspired. So I think it had much bigger reach that you think it had. And also, I know that your organization manages pooled fund as well, working with international organizations and others, maybe slightly smaller than UHF. From your perspective, what are the challenges of localization and of pool funds? How would you improve such instruments in Ukraine?
One of the outputs of our activities with respect to localization has been the fact that we have submitted and assumed responsibility and a lot of headache to manage pooled funding in Ukraine. Why is this a headache? Why is it a pain in the neck? It's not so easy to just distribute funding, because it seems to me the organizations who have been to our workshop as we were developing the mechanism for how this pool fund could be operated in Ukraine, they began to feel it firsthand when we began to speak about the numerous risks and different issues that you have to think through before you begin to write your policy paper concerning the activities of this pooled fund. Then we came to understand that, firstly, one pool fund will not change anything much. The national pooled fund will not change anything much. How much can one organization administer all of these pool funds in different international programs? It's like a handful of things, but administratively this is so heavy. You have to sign contracts, get them signed, monitor, communicate with every grantee, and distributing all of this funding evenly or honestly. This is a real pain in the neck. Another challenge, one of the lessons learned I have gained from this experience, is that regional pooled fund or even local pool funds must also be set up, because from the national level, as the administrator of the whole pooled fund, we cannot know that, for example, a big family with many children was evacuated to Zhytomyr region and they have a child with disabilities. This child is deaf and it requires a hearing aid. Additional money has to be allocated. This is not the level of granulation that we can take, but local organizations can, because they are savvy about these situations, because they are in communications with the local organizations, social services. Therefore, there needs to be this setup of regional, local pooled funding who will be in communication with these local organizations who will know about this organization evacuated from Kherson region. With reference to challenges, the greatest challenge for us probably must have been the due diligence system that we all are so much in love with, because it seems to me that every donor and every NGO wants to have something unique, something of their own, innovative, something that's never been there before. That takes a whole lot of resources, time, human resources, because this has never existed before, so we need to come up with something new and creative. And those who have taken part in the initiative of the Start Fund, basically the process of issuing grant hasn't been launched yet, because the system for due diligence hasn't been aligned yet. So this has been one of the most complicated entanglements. One more thing to mention in terms of challenges: align all of the forms of contracts, all of the legal elements, because when you are one of the international partner organizations, they set up a contract that will ensure their security in all countries with all partners and all donors. Therefore, very little is said about this flexibility and agility to get these contracts adapted and suited to specific circumstances in specific countries. And this has really become a big challenge for the organization of pool funding in Ukraine. That's all for me.
With the audience here as well. So just to continue on with the pool fund. So David, I would drill you a little more. and I think you answered some of it. So if you can be concise as well, I appreciate it because I know we also delayed. The UHF has achieved some notable successes in steering resources towards more Ukrainian CSOs and reducing the burdens of applying for funds. How did you accomplish this, and what are the remaining challenges for the UHF to bend even more towards a locally led response? And what do you think Ukrainian CSOs need to do themselves to work more efficiently and closely with the UHF and other donors?
Thanks. I mean, I think, yes, when we first, is that working? Can people hear me? Yeah, okay, good. When I first got in country and when we first started on this journey, which was pretty much at the last conference, it was very clear to us in the pool fund that we really needed to take what was our standard international global tools and adapt them here to the Ukraine context. And there's much been said about how unique the Ukraine context is. Has been said about that today, but specifically for us is the level of response that is actually being delivered by the smaller CSOs. And pool funds globally historically do prioritize localization and they work with national NGOs, but it's normally the much larger national NGOs. So our tools, when we came here, our tools were geared for working with larger national NGOs. So I think the first thing we had to do is actually try and make our tools, particularly our eligibility tools, much more contextually relevant and geared towards the needs of the smaller CSOs. So we started off by, I mean, we've stripped down the initial capacity assessment tool. I think the global one is something like seven pages long, the due diligence requirements, and we've stripped that down and made it more accessible. I think going forward, we need to look at some of our other tools as well. It's not just about the eligibility tools, but if people mentioned simplifying the reporting requirements, having much more flexible funding, so that so it's about taking all our tools and making them contextually relevant. So I think that's kind of one of the biggest lessons for us.
Great, thank you. So Alexander, Sasha, question for you. You had a big Ukrainian organization that has experience in collaborating with international organizations, institutional donors, and that has a lot of absorption capacity. What is the recipe, and what would you recommend to other, perhaps smaller Ukrainian organizations when scaling up?
Thanks a lot for your question. I will answer in Ukrainian, if you please. I thought that I would just quietly excuse myself from all of that and just leave. So my first tip and the first advice is to hire international experts, as many as you can, and then probably you will attain something tangible. Well, this is a pretty interesting story and history. This was a really lengthy process, to be honest, because we started back in 2001 as an international organization, and we became a Ukrainian organization when the word localization emerged. This was back in 2012. Why this has happened this way, it's a big question. This wasn't a strategy that we went on the massive scale for localization. It just so happened. We were an organization of some 70 people back in 2013, and we worked more centrally in Lviv, Chernihiv. However, in 2014, this was the first stage of our growth. And since 2014, from 2014 through 2022, we grew substantially. And by the end of 2021, we were 180 people on staff. And this was primarily Lugansk, Kharkiv, Donetsk regions, helping IDPs. This was the first challenge, the first stage of growth, followed by the second one in 2022. And now we are 1,700 people. And we work practically everywhere across the full board of Ukraine. Moreover, we have also set up our representation in Poland, helping refugees from Ukraine. To be honest, on the one hand, it's extremely inspirational experience to keep growing. On the other hand, I would never embark on this journey again. No. What can one do with that? Work? In the first place, we kept running and running. Then in April, we initiated three brand new programs in 2022, and then by August we had to put a stop to that and say, now we need to just hold and start strategizing. We have grown so much, we need to do something about that, and we began to strategize, and it helped us rigorously. There was nothing new about that. Strategizing is always a good thing to do at a certain point. And I've also sketched some things concerning what has been helping me. For some reason, it's all in English, I don't know. But anyway, frankly, as you're growing, you have no time to fix all of the problems of your growth. Once you have grown, you begin to look into those issues. If you can fix all of these things as you grow, then it's wonderful, but we couldn't. We had to take a pause for that. Now, the next important thing is, of course, people. There's nothing new, no discoveries to be made. Also, as we were growing, we were trying to create conducive environment and setting within our organization for it to be healthy and creative, as they say. Secondly, its positive reputation, to be able to uphold this repute that we had had before the war, and that definitely helped us enormously, because we had been known as a provider and someone who had been advocating for people's needs. And next, of course, is close cooperation with national and international actors. Next, don't be afraid to ask for help. So we requested this help every step of the way as much as we could. And we were highly specific concerning what our beneficiaries needed. We spoke in a very granulated way about that. Fourthly, we endeavored to be transparent, honest, and deal and treat our partners in a biblical way, to love them as ourselves. In a Christian way, yes, you're right. Not as it was later on in the Middle Ages, but in classical biblical way. Next, because we had been within the system for quite some time, it was interesting for us to know the intricacies, the nitty-gritty of the international systems working, because there are two parallel systems running alongside each other. They do not overlap that often. And to be honest, the international system is the second largest compared to the volunteering movement and everything which is happening in the fields, here in Ukraine. So for us, it was necessary to conceive of these two worlds, to understand them, somehow bring them together. We tried to also exert influence on the international decisions because, of course, they had bigger money to administer and distribute this money better to those who needed it more. So this is my recipe. Let it be a recipe. Also, by the way, we wanted to publish a brochure, a leaflet, as usual, about a particular case study, speaking about how we managed to grow instead of dying. One day, perhaps. One day we will definitely do it, but not now. So far, we are keeping very much busy. Thank you very much, Alexander. It's cool. Don't excuse ourselves from this hall. Do not run away. Everyone will immediately notice you leaving this role. And also a small question within this recipe concerning human resources. How did you manage to preserve your HR? Because we understand, whether it be public sector, civil society, or businesses, everyone is struggling. People are scarce right now. How was it within your team? Did you manage to retain everyone? What did you do about it? well, I don't know what to call it. I'm probably professionally distorted in a way because I keep thinking about HR issues all the time. A lot of new and international organizations keep coming into Ukraine. UN organizations come here. The managers that we have grown, for example, they had hadn't them. Growing a good manager, it takes about 7 years, honestly. And they, of course, leave because the grass on the other side of the fence is greener, etc. You know it. So how can you retain these people? Well, with our values, first of all, these people, on the one hand, have to be loyal and committed. On the other hand, of course, I believe that I'm a manipulator. We keep talking about values, banging on and on about them. Of course, we cannot avoid talking about that. That's something like a glue, keeps everyone together. On the other hand, people need to live a decent life. And if you have a look at that, this sector right now, in terms of salaries, opportunities, is like a bubble. We've spoken about that. Step into the left or right, you cannot reach out for the same salaries or the same opportunities. And this adds additional drive in terms of how one can preserve their staff. Well, we have people management at work in our organization, which is conventional. We offer people different opportunities for growth right now that we have so many people working for us, the socialists, if you want. Also, we send people on top of that for internships or secondments, for educational opportunities. See, he's asking for the word in Ukrainian and gets the answer in Ukrainian, in English instead. That's why people are giggling. Because Ukrainian is not my native language, sometimes I have to switch between the languages. I beg your pardon for that. I don't know everyone because we are so many on our staff. However, I still try to keep going around, having my eyes open, because it can also end up in some feudalism, you know, like in Dnipro or something like that. So we need to prevent wrong things from occurring. Thank you, Sasha, for speaking about this big elephant. But very few dare to speak about these things to international partners, because they do headhunt fantastic professionals for their organizational purposes, and the Ukrainian CSOs are left empty-handed. One more thing to mention concerning localization. For international organizations, it's necessary to hire more local personnel for managerial positions. It's worth doing that. It's also about localization, because these are decision-making natives. And it's a problem that they borrow these people from our organizations, but not somewhere off the streets. Also, talking about challenges and questions, let's revert to business again. It's commonly known that localization is both an opportunity and a certain challenge for businesses.
And it is an opportunity for businesses primarily because it's procurement doing from local businesses, and that can save and help Ukrainian businesses. On the other hand, they can lose also because often there's this, well, people joke, you know, humanitarian workers came over, dropped some humanitarian cargo, the market fell. So what's on first place in Ukraine, one or the other? So well, how do we deal with it? You know, as a business, I measure everything by performance, how effective something is. So I advise you all to measure something by performance. So you distributed so many food rations. You spent the N amount of money. So what's the result? What is the deliverable? Compared to situation if you distributed the money and people went to supermarket and bought what they needed. So it's not a trivial comparison. You have to calculate who's really more effective. Businesses are often much more effective in distributing services or goods because they are actual result oriented. So I recommend to create collaborations with local businesses and don't compete here. It should be a horizontal synergy. It's not competition, because in the long run, we're doing it for the same cause. We want We want to make people more resilient, more have a better quality of life, more protected. And the right doing business is one of the parts of this mission. So this efficacy that I always put it as a goal. Our company is even called effective investments. So it's a great challenge for donor organizations. How do you measure your performance? Do you have the system of screening where you can actually measure that $1 million you spent like this is more effective than $1 million spent in a different way? So do you have that impact? How do you measure it? And it very much like if you have this kind of union, if you have this kind of synergy, it's great progress. So it's not more chaotic, because you see it from the side. There came these ones and they drop some assistance, and then come others and they drop in the same place. So it's some kind of competition or overcapacity on some separate areas. But on the other hand, there is regions completely uncovered. So this attempt to coordinate efforts to measure what's working, what's not working, and attempts to try different approaches, and don't be shy of trying business community to drive innovation, to benchmark something, to have this general system of measurement of efficacy, to engage new or try new models, and also measure that, how they work. If they do work, then streamline this resource. Why? Because in the long run, comparing this to the military point of view, a small Soviet Ukrainian army will not be able to win the big Soviet Russian army. But it's the small modern Ukrainian society can actually win over a big and cumbersome and rigid adversary, only by being as effective as possible with highest performance and highest result. And we understand that the resources are very limited. Even the donor resources are business resources. They're all limited. So let's learn to be more effective, more focused, and get the best results.
I'll take this one, but also maybe Charlie, if you want to go ahead, because I also have another question for you. Maybe you can just lead it to as well. We are reaching a quite pivotal stage of the humanitarian response in Ukraine, with funding significantly decreasing. It will be a challenging period, but also an opportunity for donors to approach the response differently. What's FCDO's strategy for 2025 and beyond? Should we expect a different approach to partnerships? How long will it take for implementation of localization for the UK in Ukraine? But also exactly how are you working with evidence? Are you measuring what you achieved so far to then make decisions?
Right, I'm going to try and speak into the microphone correctly from this point forward, but do give me a look if I drift into being too quiet. I'm going to start with your question because it's a brilliant one, and truthfully, well done for asking it, because I'm now going to talk to you about how we sort of measure effectiveness and impact, and some of it is looser than I would like, and some of it's about the counterfactual. How do you know what your 1 million would have bought you had you spent it in another area if you don't do both of those things at the same time and compare it? So we do have this balanced portfolio and we do compare our partnerships, but sometimes they're aimed at different things. So it can be a little bit comparing, apples and oranges, as we say in the UK. But for me, what I think is really effective, because, we've got good in-house experts, we've got a good team, but it is all, sitting in Kyiv. We can't travel. That's not great. And we will lack the insights of people who live here and have worked here and who are delivering aid here. And so when you sort of spoke about like how do we measure the effectiveness of our partnerships, it's so easy to default into, I've worked with this organization before, I know they do really good work, I really like them, therefore they're doing good work. And that's not where we want to be. So when I sort of think about the models that we could develop, the opportunities here, and this requires appetite not just from donors, it requires appetite from the organizations through whom this funding goes through. There is opportunity to set ourselves a high standard and have more sort of like NGOs reviewing the UN, civil society organizations reviewing the quality of our investments and telling us what is working. And I have seen a form of this model in Lebanon, which was more of international NGOs reviewing the UN's cash assistance delivery. And that's so powerful, but it's also incredibly unusual. That doesn't typically happen. You know, I'd love to see something that's much more advanced here that is really like people holding us to account and giving us the detailed information that we need when we're thinking about where are we going to put this constrained funding, telling us what works. Because even if I could travel everywhere with my team at the moment, I'm always going to lack the full insight that I need. But we do want to try for that and we do want to see more. Sort of moving on to what's FCDO's strategy for localization in Ukraine. I'm going to be honest and say that strategy is under development, but what you'll be really pleased to hear is that there's a really enhanced focus on localization, which is building on 2 years of effort, and we're going to go as far as we can. But is it going to be a revolution? No. It's going to be an evolution. It's going to have to be pragmatic. We are working with, you know, very set rules within our system, you know, that goes back to what we report to our parliament, which is, you know, very fixed on what is the value for money of our taxpayers, you know, what our taxpayers are bringing forward in any context in which we work. And there's a lot of pressure on our aid budget. And so there's a lot of worries about, you know, if we don't spend it well, that can be instrumentalized by people who would prefer in our own system to not spend anything on aid. And there is a lobby within our own system there. So these rules have sort of built up through the good intent of making sure that we can continue to spend aid overseas. And that battle is not as one as we would like, but again, we need that shift more centrally for our aid spending to be done differently. And what I would say really positively is I have seen large donors shift on this and large donors that I thought would never shift on it and are funding organizations directly. So the beginning of this is really, really hard. It's hard on you guys. It's a bit hard on us, to be honest, because we're also sometimes struggling with our resourcing in terms of us having the right staff members in place. But the more we do it, the more we establish those pathways, the easier it gets, the more commonplace it gets, the more comfortable people become to do it. So we want to keep pushing, and we will do as much as we can at our level, and we will be advocates within our own system for doing this. But the other thing that I have in my head with my team is that we want to be a good partner. There is a way to do this wrong, and to flood lots of money into the system without having a sort of good understanding of the ecosystem, of, you know, not being somebody who can promise consistency of funding. And I do think that that is something that we would always want to avoid. We want to be this good, responsible partner to you. And I do think that that is worth the investment to make sure that we can say that we can say, look, we're going to be here with you over the longer term, not just 6 months, here's like a load of money. By the way, I actually really like loads of reporting, so keep reporting to me and fill out all of these different due diligences. I do think that there's, alongside that, for us all to do better at localization, because I hear the EU saying the right things, I hear the US saying the right things about localization. There needs to be more dialogue between us about, you know, what can we do to say, if somebody has been due diligenced by one donor, why can't that apply to the rest of the donors? Like, we need to have a bit more trust in each other and our processes to make it easier for these organizations, because you probably end up with about 30 asks if you were to try and get funding from all of us. So I think that there's also something that needs to happen there as well. But again, that's a dialogue that needs to start up, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Chad. people appreciate transparency. I think that's always welcome. And also conscious of time as well, because I think we want to finish 5:30, even though we started later. So yeah, maybe if we can be a little concise, that would be great. And Sasha, sort of a question for you. Like you mentioned, sort of you gave advice to local organizations, and you very frank advice on how difficult and challenging was scaling up the response. But do you have any messages, or maybe you can concise to 3 messages for international organizations, or any messages that you want to share with us in terms of what we can do, what can be done differently?
Якщо можна, 2.
Well, 2 if possible. I have the third one, but I'm not sure it's valid right now. Well, I think all right, 3. So before we begin some operation in Ukraine or another country, we have to look into the context. What have we seen in 2022? Many organizations, they just parachuted stuff, right? And they started working like usually. They come down, there's a serious situation in Somalia. Many people came from Somalia and started working in Ukraine. And I'm talking about decision makers, not about people who come to work as experts. And it was a problem because many organizations, they in some sense damaged the civil society at the beginning, because many international organizations came in and started doing the same as Ukrainian organizations. So it's a kind of advice. Before you do something, do the assessment. And don't replace local actors if you can avoid that. And secondly, be not the contractor for Ukrainian organizations, but a partner. And that solves a lot of questions. And in general, I think if donors will be thinking about better localizing in Ukraine, their assistance, then maybe up to 2028, 50% of funding will be, no? 50% of funding will go from UN and international organizations, but 50 from Ukrainian capable actors. And thirdly, learn Ukrainian language. Right, thank you, especially for this last advice. Daria, I would like to hear your perspective. If you think about certain catalyst that can be for localization, Ukrainian organization, what they should do in order to be able to be ready for this localization, and for international partners, where do you see certain place for improvement, if from your point of view? First short and then Q&A from. So they told me I can be as radical as I want to be in my response. So first of all, for Ukrainian organizations, I would advise to learn to provide feedback and ask for feedback. And don't be afraid to say that you disagree with certain points in the contract, or you disagree with the certain reformat of the project because you had your own idea why the project should look like this or not like that. So don't be afraid, don't be shy to stand for your borders. For international organizations, I would very much encourage to open your reports, especially reports on localization, and show how what the money was allocated to, how they follow, how they land on localization. Is it really localization, or is it implementing partner agreement, where localization has no say in shaping their program? So that's the reports. Thank you. So it was about dignity of Ukrainian institutions, about them being actual subject, and on the other hand, international partners who expect transparency from us, which is true, but we also have the right to expect the same. So colleagues, we have just a few minutes left in this panel discussion to your questions. So this is the first. Sviatoslav Surma from STRI. I was so pleased to hear you, and I think it's best to speak native language. When you say prepare application, prepare it in English, that is additional pressure for organization. So if you want to be closer to us, try to understand us. Because many years ago, we also had different language, like Russian, and so we want to capitalize on Ukrainian language now. Maybe Google will do us some translation and documents. And secondly, capability organization is very important. It's educational projects, it's understanding business processes in civil society, but no less important is financial pillows or cushions. So for you, there's an endowment. In some organizations, we do have endowments, but over the last 2 years, they exhausted us. Endowments started to dwindle. Could the international donors potentially think not just to fund the hot needs, but supporting endowment organizations in their capacity, so that they can be more effective here independently?
Right now?
So as I understood it, I'm sorry, I can't speak Ukrainian, and I have been, but I can barely speak English, so excuse me. So 2 points there that I think I heard. So one was around the language issue, and I think that is critical, and as donors, we are addressing, well, certainly I won't speak for all donors, but you Chef, many of our, or most of our key documents now are in Ukrainian as well as English. Our allocation papers, the reports. In terms of the actual proposal writing, that's more difficult because the proposal ultimately forms a part of a contract, and that has to be reviewed in New York, and also the reviewers here that take place. It's difficult for us to understand and try and kind of understand the nuances of Ukrainian and have Ukrainian contracts. So I don't think we'll see Ukrainian contracts anytime soon, but most of the rest of our documentation for sure. In terms of endowments, and I see that, or the way I understood your question, and maybe I'm not right, but we're talking more about flexible funding that enables more sustainable growth of national. Yes, and I think so from our side, with our direct funding, there is what we call program support costs. There's a percentage that's given there that the Ukrainian organization can invest in any way that they would like. And so whether they're receiving direct funding or even through indirect funding now, we're trying to make it mandatory that the implementing partners that are passing on UHF funding are also providing the program support costs, that flexible funding. So there are a couple of opportunities. It's not a huge amount, but we are, I mean, at the end of the day, we're a humanitarian fund, and our main raison d'etre, if you like, is to save lives and not necessarily to try and build capacity of civil society. We're trying to kind of do a little bit of both. But there will be other funds, international funds. The UN will have a fund that's coming out now that's much more geared towards development actors and development work. So, and that will be more sustainable type funding. So yes, I hope that answers your question.
You want?
Just maybe a comment, because I think Charlie said something interesting as well. I think there's often an assumption about the capacity of international organizations within the country. because obviously there's big funding behind a lot of organizations, but there's also, when it comes to human resources, there's limited capacity there, and there's a small number of people working towards that. So I think in terms of appreciation as well, that maybe being very honest and transparent as a donor, as an international organization, this is what we're working with, this is the capacity we have. I think that's human connection and being just very frank and honest and transparent. I think that helps building trust as well.
Окей. Так, у нас є два запитання. Одне ви, і потім ще.
We still have two more questions. My name is Alexander, this guy of Kharkiv, the charity fund. 115 accredited partners. Are you planning to increase this number? And if so, by how many? Is it possible to go through additional accreditation? Let's take one more question from the audience. Thank you very much, Dmytro Lavrik. I'm not going to ask any questions. Let me just add point 4 to Alexander's points, if he allows me to. Unfortunately, for the second year running, I have been observing the communication of international organizations, UN, USAID, all of the agencies, losing significantly in the informational space to everything that can actually happen and actually may be there. I know that international organizations need to communicate with their donors, countries, the populations of these countries that donate to these funds, but you also have to speak to average Ukrainians for them to know not only about the existence of the General Assembly of the UN, but at least to for them to understand UNDP, UNFDA, for people to understand what's going on here and who you are and what you're up to. And then no one will ever write on white vehicles any of those unpleasantries. One more question, and the answers to them, all right? Good afternoon, my name is Svetoslav. Svetoslav started this round, and Svetoslav will wrap it up. One started, another one will finish that. Kyiv Informational and Analytical Center of the International Human Rights. Given the fact that I have recently gained my degree as Doctor of Philosophy in Psychology, and I did my big research, and I posed myself a question: is it expedient to ask the criteria when we assess the needs of our beneficiaries, which are used, as Mr. Alexander said, which are used in other countries, in different contexts and different circumstances, just because similar things may have taken place in those countries? Perhaps there are some programs, and you can prompt us, where we can be offered different options for reliable studies in order to forecast the situation with the needs rather than just fix the holes, because it's another problem. When a project proposal is being prepared, we get to hear it from the international partners. The situation has changed. We have other needs to cover for. Thank you. If you can guide me, I will be very much happy to approach you and to speak about it privately. Thank you. Every success. Can you kindly answer two questions at the same time?
About the number of partners, and the simple answer to that is yes. We will, but both in terms of our normal capacity assessment process, but we also want to say we'd be increasing the number of smaller CSOs. That is a pilot at the moment with the CSOs, the contextualized or simplified capacity assessment. But we will, once that pilot's finished, we will be taking on new partners. What was the second question? Because I'm not. You said there was two. Right. No, I mean, needs assessment is not really my area of expertise. I mean, in terms of criteria for funding, for sure, we've done a lot to change how we haven't, as I said before, we've changed our rule book in terms of the criteria for eligibility criteria for national NGOs, but yeah, needs assessment is not my, not my expertise, I'm sorry, but we can point in the right direction.
Sasha, Charlie.
Добре, я тоді дуже швидко.
All right, concerning the humanitarian area, I'll be quick in answering needs assessment. This year, even last year, we did a very good assessment to plan for this year, not only to fix for different holes, there's a lot more to cover with that, and it's not OCHA itself that's responsible for doing that, but the UN as the organization to coordinate the humanitarian response in Ukraine. And I think that on their site, which is called humanitarianresponse.com, in English it's called Humanitarian Needs Assessment, probably, plan. Everything is very well detailed, and you can even see into granulation for communities. I see that there are lots of questions, potential questions, which means that our discussion has been really exciting, and there are lots of follow-up topics for you to discuss. But because we are already lagging behind our schedule, so we are inviting you to continue your networking in breaks between the sessions. Huge thank you to all of our panelists for your most interesting perspectives from every bubble presented here. Thank you. Let's take the family photo, the group photo of all of the panelists. Would you kindly stand up, move around, stand closer to each other, because it's a barrier-free space.
І гості, зараз будуть кілька просторів, які будуть працювати.
Right now we will have a few spaces of working. One will be, Nicholas will explain.
It's a little confusing, but we're going to have 3 breakout sessions right now. These are your best opportunity to ask questions. These are moderated by 2 co-moderators, and they're designed to have your questions. This room will be donors and Ukrainian CSOs. That room back there will be INGOs and Ukrainian CSOs. The final room in the corner will be UN agencies and Ukrainian CSOs. So you decide where you want to go, ask your questions, please, and enjoy the hour. Exactly. Dovchenko, number 2 over there. 3, actually. Well, I got to have some order with these. Got to.
So, thanks. How many of them do this assistance thanks to Ukrainian organizations? How many of them do directly? There were 2 UN structures who were sharing that they work with the partners exclusively, and they've been working for so long time in Ukraine. And also, we raised an issue of portal, a UN portal, which should make the process of verification of Ukrainian existence easier, so that they are more eligible to participate in UN projects. So now, Ksenia. So I was delayed because I continued the discussion a little bit, because during our group discussion we were talking a lot about inclusion, and that the competitions or projects, they have to include or be understandable, that they are accessible for organizations that work with minorities, organizations for people with disabilities, or a different pool of organizations who have specific communities, target communities that they work with, or specific needs. And they're not always can be easily squeezed into a program, a design program. So it was a lengthy discussion. So we continued a little bit in the hall. So we also made a stress on the high quality of partnership, not just subcontraction. And also we talked about visibility of partners, that it's important and it has to be, especially such as big organizations and donors, it's important for us to see and recognize the work that local organizations are doing in these big programmatic projects. And another discussion was around simplifying procedures, what solutions are there, sharing between ourselves, improving ourselves, and also how we could integrate it with those with other platforms and funds that we discussed, with the due diligence. So we were with the governments of other countries, agencies responsible for humanitarian response in Ukraine, and other programs. I will ask my colleagues to continue, because we talked about building capacity of organizations. So that you get direct funding, you have to have a certain level of organizational capacity, and you have to find all the opportunities to increase it. But at the same time, donors often don't know about your needs and organizational capacity. Local organizations often don't signal about them or don't even include them in their budget. And one of the opinions that we've heard, thanks Oleg for saying that nobody will punish you if you include overheads and organizational capacity, if they will be well justified, especially if a donor, you will remind the donor that they have a localization strategy, they will support that budget. So you have to signal your needs. It's true, you have to signal about your needs. Was probably the most important point in that discussion. And the idea that I had, but I didn't say it in the comment, I would like to say it now. It's great that at the beginning of our conversation we differentiated the notion of a donor, what's an international organization, and then we spoke separately on Ukrainian local organizations in different size. So in the dialogue that was happening here, I think we needed the presence of all three parties to it, because the problem I've seen is that many of the Ukrainian organizations present are small organizations. They're small in their capacity and their size, who basically have no access to donor organizations, and they won't be able to receive that direct funding. And those that they have to talk about their needs, and they are international organizations, whereas international organizations should advocate this with donors. And in all of that chain, being from Ukrainian organization, I can tell you for sure that on the stage of dialogue between an implementing partner and international organization, often international funds are perceived by Ukrainian organizations as donors, so there's no differentiation. And secondly, as often on the stage of shaping the application or designing the application, international partners understand it. They are professional in that. They understand how to write the application in such a way that it's the high probability of it winning. And there can be either targets set too high or some activities added, which later Ukrainian partners have to implement. And because there is no clear understanding how specifically it will be implemented, they have to work. What resources to engage? So that's where you can lose some points on this point of local application with local partner to modification that it will have finally. And in some stages, we have to maintain trilateral dialogues where you can together discuss that. Well, Oksana has delivered such a message that it's hard to add anything because you basically covered many bases. I just wanted to comment the following. There was a moment where we were talking about simplified procedures to receive funding and support. And then suddenly we shifted to capacity building as well as institutional development. And I just wanted to stress again that this is not some kind of opposition or either or. These are the things that have to happen in parallel. Because one thing is a long-term project that will have 10 or 5 years of development of civil society down the line. But simplified procedures here and now is something we need to implement projects of humanitarian response here and now. So I will pass the floor to Mila now. Now, I just wanted to add one more opinion that we had around this topic. Is that local organizations, sometimes it's hard to break through in funding, and the possible solution can be that the process of verification of partners have to correspond to the amount that the donor is ready to allocate, or international organization is ready to allocate. And so, in order for the capacity to be growing gradually, the process of verification and the workload on the organization has to grow incrementally. So first of all, I want to thank everyone, because I think it was a very interesting, very warm, heartfelt event, because we had opportunity to talk, to exchange, and have this opportunity not just to think about our bubbles, but actually meet people from other bubbles, and that's the most valuable thing that can happen. Next steps. I think we will have a lot of work. We will have to digitize a lot of valuable information that was not only there, but even last week, so that all these valuable thoughts that we've heard, they should be included in the document that we're designing, because many things that we've heard today, they are critically important for the strategy to even work, to really work for everyone. So that's why it's hard to add anything else. So thanks a lot, and everybody who registered for this event. I have all the emails, and I will share the strategy, the updated strategy, to once again read it as soon as it's updated with new comments. If you haven't seen the strategy, on the registration tables there's a QR code for English and Ukrainian version. The rough edit is there. You can read it, you can write some feedback, and it's going to be very valuable. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all for coming. There's just one wish, because I'm the holder of this document. We would kindly ask you to get familiarized with this document, leave there your feedback, but be constructive in your feedback. Replace this with this, or add that instead of that. And we will be very much happy to hear all that and embrace it. I think that our event is over.
Нашим перекладачам, які відпрацювали сьогодні цілий день. технічній команді теж.
Може, ми з тих, хто лишився, зробимо якесь фото?
Perhaps let's take a group photo with everyone who's still there. I understand that we are so many, but I think it can still be a fantastic picture. We will disseminate all of the pictures taken today, all of the video footage made today, but I really want to make sure that everyone fits in the group photo that we would like to kindly ask you to take part in. Let's do it here. Try to cram up here on the stage. Try to find a slot for yourselves.
Підходимо сюди. Як ми тут всі помістимося? Якось будемо поміщатися. Тільки так, please, we want to make a photo, so please come to us, join us, and we could have a big picture.